trying to prevent people from getting knowledge. See? And, you know, persecuting others that were seeking truths. Just a minute. Gotta. Okay, so I got YouTube going. So this is what we're doing here is we're seeking knowledge about the horse's foot. And because we have horses and we have noticed over the years that when we hired experts and things like that, things did not always go well. And if you got into barefoot trimming, you found out that there were all these promises, kind of unspoken in a way, but there, that if you went the natural way, which barefoot trimming claims to be, because there's no there you don't put an iron shoe on it, so that makes it natural, I guess. No shoes. And so there's this unspoken promise that if you go that way, then that's natural and your horse is going to be okay. Well, many of us found out that this was not necessarily the case. And so in barefoot trimming or natural hoof care, there's this thing called transition where you take them out of shoes to being barefoot without shoes. And, that's only supposed to last a certain amount of time. Well, for many horses, it seems like that never ends. And they might get better for a while and things seem good. And then they go the other direction, you know? So, so there was a problem with that. And that's what happened to me. I got away from the farrier. Now my horse Valor was never shod to begin with. Okay, but I had a farrier trimming his feet, and his feet just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And then they started getting little cracks up in the walls, like little holes. Well, that is called graveled. And what that is that's where I'm going to put a picture on here so people at least got something to look at besides whatever I got on there. Um, so graveled is where the the walls get long and they kind of stretch away at the white line, called a stretched white line. It's kind of stretched away from the sole. It gets real dirty looking. And because of that separation, a little tiny piece of gravel can get in there. And it just so happens that the way the wall is formed and put together is that it will allow that piece of gravel to travel up in the wall and then it will pop it out higher up on the wall. And so that it doesn't, go all the way up into the coronary band and cause a big split and all that. It's just the way the wall is made. It's pretty cool. And so I noticed that my horse was getting big platter feet and graveled. And I had regular hoof care for him from a farrier. And so several years before this, well, this was in 2005. And so he'd been getting regular hoof care for a couple years, and because he's about 2 then, and his feet just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And so I was concerned about that because when I was a kid, okay, you would hear these farriers talking about this horse is platter-footed or this horse has feet as big as dinner plates, and they didn't like that. And so to me, it was like almost like some sort of horrid disease. Oh my God, my colt is getting platter-footed. And so I would talk to the farrier about, is there something you can do or whatever? And eventually, though, what happened was I decided to take over because, okay, that was in 2005. In around 1997, I lived in Montana, and there was a guy by the name, a farrier by the name of Rich Clark, and he was trained by a guy named Gene Ovanik. Now, so anyway, if you're getting here, what we're going to talk about is and I'm telling you why I'm telling you this, okay, is that this thing that I'm doing anyway, this tact and that many people have been involved with for a number of years, trying to find out what is the true foot of the horse and what is the true anatomy and things like that. Um, there's a history behind all of this, a very horrendous, awful, terrible history in hoof care. Um, that they've been doing things wrong for 2.5 centuries. These errors in understanding anatomy and shoeing crept in amongst the farriers through the first veterinary schools, and it has caused incalculable suffering to the horse. Um, and so we're going to look at this history because, as the saying goes, I don't know if this is the exact saying, but those who do not learn from history are destined to repeat it, something like that. Well, what I have found is that while barefoot trimming promised so much, in reality, what happened was it's just the opposite. That we were starting to get out of this horrendous history of what I would call, I finally figured out a name for it, systematic abuse, systematic torture and abuse of the horse through um, the beliefs that were established in the first veterinary schools. And so what I want to talk about today is how some of this got established and how we need to understand this so that we can finally put an end to it. And so that people can get rid of these false beliefs in anatomy that were instituted by the first vet schools that slowly cause hoof distortion and ultimately is really the reason for pretty much all the lameness issues that horses have because of the false understanding of anatomy that was established in these vet schools. And they have never straightened these beliefs out, ever. Uh, they promised to in barefoot trimming, but it just never happened. And there's a reason for that, which we'll kind of look at that. But anyway, so I want to introduce you to some things today that you can do some more reading on and understand. Now, this is all about anatomy. Tack, I never named it that on purpose. How did it get that name, the anatomically correct trim? Well, because I assumed that these veterinarians and these vet schools and these farrier schools and these farriers must know the true anatomy to be able to do what they're doing. Because all the practices of how they trim, how they shoe, what they think the horse's foot is going to be, and all that is, to me, I thought it would be based on anatomy, on the anatomy of the horse's foot. And of course, it is. But come to find out, as I see, I never set out, not ever, not no way to ever prove anything wrong or be any different than anybody else. Never, 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 never. But the more I tried to understand because I wanted to fix my horse, the more I found, and we talked about this last week as well, how what is established in these schools as the true anatomy is actually false. Like one important area would be the sole, right? We talked last week about how their understanding of the true shape of the sole is totally false. So, how could you get correct sole on a horse if what you believe to be true is in fact not true at all. And so here, I'm going to bring up this picture because we're just going to touch lightly on that again. So hold on a second. And I'll bring up a picture of the sole, if I can find it. You know, your trim and what you practice on the foot is only going to be as good as your understanding of the actual anatomy. So just a second here. I hope my computer works today. Let's see. J P Q R O B. I got a file called Bad Anatomy, which shows all the different ways that the experts have messed the anatomy up. I got bad anatomy, bad barefoot. Here, I'll show you. Uh, let's see. And see, I never set out to find any of this. I just wanted to understand the foot of the horse. So, okay, Zoom, where are you? There you are. Okay, share. We'll go over to here. I just want to understand the foot of the horse. That's all, so I can help my horse. Nothing more. Never intended to do any of this stuff that we are doing, ever. So, okay, so I got this stuff. It's called Bad Anatomy. And so I've collected a lot of pictures over the years, like this one here in the Merrick Vet Manual. Let's see if I'm doing the right thing. Is that showing up right when I click on that? Or probably not. There you go. You see that? Okay, so
Yep.
that's in the Merck. Is it Merck or Merrick?
Merc.
Merck. Merck Vet Manual shows the foot of the horse like this. Okay, and it shows the coronary band, and then it shows the lamina going all the way down to the very, very, very edge of the foot. And then right under that, which would be only concave, would be the sole corium. And so this is in the veterinary book that teaches your veterinarians. So, and here's the thing you need to understand. The farriers were the veterinarians. They were the horse doctors, period, until the first veterinary school was established in France in 1760 something. It was either 1759 or 1764 or something like that. And that school was established. Well, first of all, that school there was established by a pretty wealthy guy, a lord of some kind. And the first anatomist that tried to tail the horse and stuff like that was a farrier. And he's also called a veterinarian, but he never graduated from veterinary school because there were no veterinary schools yet. And so this is why, like when you go over to England, they have a guild called the Worshipful Company of Farriers, which is a combination of veterinarians and farriers. Okay, because the first veterinarians were farriers. And these were like the most highly thought of and highly sought people in society at that time because the horse was everything. And so they were always trying to come up with something new that they could patent and make money off of once these veterinary schools opened. Okay, so this is Merck's the way they define the foot, but this is not true to life, to what the foot really is. Now, this one here, we're going to look at it again. This is the Farrier's Bible. Okay, we just looked at the veterinarian's Bible. Now we're going to look at the farrier's Bible, meaning, to them, this is the all in all. So when you open this page, and this is Adam, and I don't know, Stashix, Adams and Stashix, lameness in horses. Why is it they got pictures, drawings? Because, maybe they don't realize it or not, but because if they were to take a real foot, the real foot would not agree with what they teach. Okay, so here we have like what farriers think is the end all. All right, now look at the drawing. Again, the lamina goes all the way to the end of the toe, and then the sole corium, the lamina that the hoof wall attaches to, starts growing up here at the coronary corium, coronary band, and then it attaches to the lamina right here, and it slides down right down here. It's supposed to connect with the sole, and then they grow down together. And if you look at this picture and the one of,
Linda, I don't see your markups.
oh, I'm not marking anything up yet.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Um, I could. Just a minute. Now I've lost. Okay. Oh, there it is. I could mark it up. That might help people see it better. Just a minute. Let me annotate. How come it's not annotating? Share. Oh, maybe because I didn't have the deal. There we go. Now I'll try and annotate. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so this is the lamina. All this in here that the wall grows down and attaches to. The picture they have here. And so the wall starts from here and it grows down attached. It slides down here to where it's supposed to, here's where your white line starts. And then it connects to the sole and they grow down together like this. Now in this picture here, they have it so that this lamina goes all the way down to the very, very, very rim right here. And then your sole corium would be, we'll make it in red, would be only under here, like that. And so then what they teach is that the sole is only concave, only concave. That's it. Okay, and if you look at, let me undo this here. See how the wall goes all the way to the very edge, and then right at the edge is the sole underneath, and the sole is only concave, and they've been teaching this for 250 plus years in all their books and everywhere else. And so, let's see here. Just a second. And so then if you look at this picture here, you're going to see this sole right here. Let's see, annotate. And you'll see the sole is only concave, only concave. And this is how they've taught it for 250 years. Okay, but let's look at a real foot. See, this does not depict the real foot. On the real foot, the sole corium is right about to here and it ends right there. It would end right here. Or not the sole corium, the lamina. The lamina does not go to the end of the foot. The lamina is only right to there. And then the sole corium starts up here. It's on the outer rim of the foot, clear up here. The outer rim, right there. And then, underneath, like so. And so what it does is it grows, just a minute here, Find a good color. Well, make it this color. It grows a convex ridge of sole like this. Now, it doesn't grow it quite like that. It's tubules that grow down like this, but they form a convex ridge of sole. Just a minute. My dog's out harassing the chicken. Hold on. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. This dog likes to wrestle with this rooster and she's getting a little rough, like it's just a matter of time now where it's not wrestling anymore. Okay. All right. So anyway, so you have a convex ridge of sole. Well, because they think and they've been taught for 250 years that the sole is only concave, then what do when they trim? Well, first of all, they allow the wall to be longer because they're not just taught that, they're also taught that the horse only bears weight on the rim of the wall right here. And so, since they don't even know there's a sole ridge, if they see sole under here, a wide amount of sole, let me do a different color here. Underneath the foot, they will trim it out so that it does not bear weight with the wall here, see? And consequently, what happens is, well, your coffin bone is right under there, right? And this rim of sole is meant to form fit the toe of that coffin bone and keep it from falling through the sole of the foot. And so what happens is, because they load the wall they load the wall by itself, bearing weight, because see, they believe that this lamina right here, I'm about to tell my dog she needs to quit trying to get out of that kennel. She's having a fit. Okay, because I had to put her in there because she's about to kill the rooster. Anyway, it's like having kids, having dogs. Have you ever noticed that? I saw a dog going down the highway yesterday, a red heeler, and to me, when I see a dog out like that, it's like seeing a 5-year-old kid. Oh my God, I want to stop and help the dog. But anyway, hopefully my dog will settle down. Sorry about this. So anyway, so what they wind up doing is they wind up trimming the sole that needs to be there to hold the toe of the coffin bone up so it doesn't fall through the sole, so that the sole and the wall stay connected. And so most of the time, laminitis is caused by the continual way that they trim, because they're constantly compromising the foot, and the feet will adapt, but they just get worse and worse and worse till finally one day you come out and you're in full-blown laminitis and you think it happened overnight. Oh, my horse must have ate something. When in reality, your horse was being set up to get laminitis without the farrier even realizing it, because they don't know that they've been taught error for 250 years on this anatomy. So I'm going to show you, we're going to look at a picture of the sole. Again, this is just to brush up on what we taught last night. I mean, how important is it to understand the anatomy of this sole? And if this horse is supposed to have a sole ridge under here, under that toe of the coffin bone, holding it up, then what's going to happen if you're carving that out all the time? So let's see here, just a minute. Okay, I got to find, we're going to look at a picture of the sole. So again, you can solidify this in your head. The ramifications of what happens when they are continually carving the sole out to force the wall onto a shoe, or even if they're not shoeing the horse, they still believe that you're supposed to make the wall bear the weight to transfer the weight to the sides of the foot, which is the lamina up here. They think this right here, they think this is supposed to bear the weight of the whole horse like a suspension bridge. That is what they're taught. It's the it's the most medieval, backwards, and this they come up with this in these first vet schools because nobody believed this baloney before that. Okay, so understanding the history of these vet schools and the stuff they introduced into hoof care. See, okay, just a minute here. Oh, okay. So the reason I'm talking about this, because you really do need to understand it, because intact, my vision is not just, oh, so now anyway, so I can fix my own horse, have good feet. My vision is so that eventually we can understand this stuff to the point that we can make a change. Okay? Because countless numbers of horses have been being tortured and maimed for the last 250 years. And especially when the horse was in use full time. Okay, Bracy Clark, who was one of the first vets that found out this very stuff I'm telling you now, okay, he said that the horses back then didn't even live half of their natural lifespan before they had to be put down because what they did to the feet was so horrendous. And it all had to do with trimming the heels down to force frog pressure. Now, what's interesting here, too, uh, on this picture in the Farrier's Bible, okay, is that this is a deformed foot. And so you see the coronary band here, right? Guess what? That's a distorted, deformed coronary band because the coronary band lips out over the back of the foot like so, and it is supposed to grow the heel buttress like so, connected to the back of the heel. This would be like the heel. Well, when you over trim these heels and trim them out, what happens is this piece right here, that nubbin of coronary band that grows the heel buttress, it gets wrapped around wrapped around the foot towards the frog, and then it's not even growing the heel buttress anymore. And what you wind up having is you have a false heel, which is just composed of sidewall here with no heel buttress. Let's see here. Okay, so we're going to look at, so anyway, just so you know, this is primarily what we're going to look at today, false understandings in anatomy that have led them to practice certain things on the foot that cause hoof distortion and lead to just about every disease they've got. Laminitis, I call it trimming induced mechanical laminitis. Now, that's not to say that once these horses' feet are compromised and they've got all this damage and inflammation and high stress, okay, from the pain, Now, they can have pain without limping. You need to realize that. They can be in constant inflammation and pain without limping yet for a good long period of time. But that constant inflammation and pain will also cause high stress. It can cause behavioral problems, like maybe they don't want to take a lead or they don't want to go this direction, or, it can cause any number of things because even if the foot adapts, there's going to be inflammation and tearing. But here's the thing, then it's not going to function properly. And so you're going to start getting problems right on up in the joints, in the ligaments, in the tendons, uh, in the shoulders, in the knees. See? And so most of the time when horses seem to have a bad attitude or they don't want to do something or something like that, I'm pretty convinced it's not just because they're stubborn. Okay, it's because they are in reality experiencing pain somewhere, and it's 9 times out of 10 is going to come from here. Because I just want you to think about this a minute now. Look at this foot. Look at this foot. They're showing a deformed foot right here, thinking it's the normal foot. And these are the people that are the experts in the know. I showed you the veterinary book, Merck. Okay, their foot's deformed in the same way. Now, I want to show you something here. Just a minute here. Hold on. I hope my storage works here. Just a second here. I'm looking up the sole. The sole. Okay. Okay. Yep. I knew I was going to mess up on me. You stupid thing. Yep. It's going to freeze. I'm going to have to get that fixed. So just a second. Do, 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 do. This one drive keeps wanting to mess up on me. Let's see. Oh, there it went. Froze up again. God. Just a second. Loading. Let me see if I can get in some other way. Let's see here. Maybe I can get in another drive. Hold on. Pictures. Okay, well, we'll look at this. We'll look at this because just a second here. Okay, here's just an example. Okay, what Bracy Clark found out. Now, who is Bracy Clark? Okay, so the first vet school opened in France in 1760 something. Um, and then 40 years later in 17, I believe it was 91, something like that, the first vet school opened in England. And the guy that was the first head of that vet school, named Sandbell, he was graduated from and taught at the French school. And so uh in 17 up for 2,000 years. And we can prove this by looking at statues and artwork. For 2,000 years, it was believed that horses should have heels, and quite a lot of heel. And then in 1754, a farrier, now remember the farriers were veterinarians, okay, a farrier by the name of Philip Lafosse came up with a new idea, and he thought that you should trim the heels down to get frog pressure, and then he invented a shoe that only covered the toe. So that way you didn't have to totally take down heels more than probably you should. And so he introduced this doctrine of frog pressure. And even though it crippled many horses to begin with, they kept doing it. Oh, hold on. Having a little technical difficulty there. All right. So what we have here, here's what Bracy Clark said. Okay, he graduated and he believed and he practiced the same thing. They all lowered heels, regardless of the what it was doing to horses. They just kept doing it and kept doing it. So that 40 years later, Bracy Clark goes to vet school, one of the first vet students in England, and my dog is driving me crazy. She's got a toy out there, Squeaky. This is very difficult to explain to begin with without all these distractions from my puppies. Okay, it's like having kids. Okay, so Bracy Clark graduated from that vet school, and 10 years later, now he was a farrier, 10 years later, he came to realize that what he was taught in school was not the truth. And so all his research and everything he did for the next 40 years was to try and combat this doctrine of frog pressure, lowering heels to get frog pressure. Okay, hold on a second. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. So the dog was out there going crazy with Squeaky toy. It's like, I got to focus here. So she is in her kennel. All right. All right. So this is what Bracy Clark said. He said the eye soon gets accustomed to deformity and does not discover it. It doesn't realize that you're looking at a deformed foot. And says this error, it was that embarrassed and misled me in all of my first experiments on what I conceived to be the natural foot. During several years, and completely obscured my views of the true nature of these things and my predecessors also, as the general tenor of their works will indicate. Now, what you have here, okay, this was a foot I got that Holly Burns sent me from a lady, and this mare's name was Fancy, and really she had no serious deformities to her foot at all, or to her hoof capsule, other than a little bit in the pillars. And then this is another foot that somebody sent me that was professionally barefoot trimmed for 16 years. And this horse was finally put down because his tendons were shredded, because his heels were totally trimmed out. Now I want you to notice something. Look at, these are the heels right here. You see that? that is the heel. The heel buttress would have grown from here to support that heel and help it maintain its shape. The heels are cartilage, made out of cartilage. Okay, now look at the heels on this horse here. And also the frog, the shape of the frog. Okay, now look at the heels on this horse here. They were totally crushed. The back of the foot here and the frog was pulled down to the ground. See, it would have, this foot was totally different, totally deformed. You want to talk about trying to balance a foot? There would be no balancing of this foot because the capsule had been reduced on it and it had distorted and deformed and damaged the inner foot completely. And so the size of the capsule on this horse was very, very much smaller than what his actual foot called for. And so if you didn't know that, if you didn't know any of this was going on, you could remove the capsule, okay, and you would think, you may think that it was just a normal foot, but when you compare it to a foot that absolutely did have heels, was never deformed from bad trimming or bad hoof capsule, you can really, really see the difference there. So, so when you have an image put in your head by what you're taught, see, this is why he said this. This is why he said, the eye soon gets accustomed to deformity and does not discover it because everybody's looking at these horses' feet and thinking that's the way their feet are supposed to be, when in reality, what they're looking at are deformed feet. And, uh, and that's what's been happening. And that's what you see in these books. You know, I just showed you, where is it here? Right there. Okay, here, this is the Merck Veterinary Manual. Okay, this is a deformed foot. They have drawn a deformed foot. Look at, they don't even have the heel buttress nub in here because it's been wrapped around in towards the frog. So this is a veterinary manual, and they're showing a deformed foot. Here we go. Here's a more modern version. Anybody seen this on the internet? You can get on there and it's a, you know, uh they've done this foot that you can look at and it's all fancy 3D and all that. Look at the lamina. Goes all the way to the bottom. Here's another one. Lamina goes all the way to the bottom. Look how they've drawn it. They've drawn the sole only concave. Okay, and here we go. Here's the Farrier Bible. All right, Adam and Stashik's lameness in horses. Okay, now let's look at some real feet. Just a minute here. Do, 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 do. Internal foot, A, B, C, G, H, I, J. Okay, just a second here. Hold on, I'm looking, trying to find the one I needed to find. Just a second here. So, yes. Just a second. My brain's running slow this morning, so you're gonna have to put up with me. Let's see here. Plus, just the fact that my computer is not working quite correctly, it's slowing me down. So sorry about that. Let's see. Pictures. Hmm. Well, I'm gonna have to try J again. We'll see if it will let me in. Maybe if I take it real slow. BQRS soul. Aha. Okay, it worked. Here we go. Just a second. Okay. Well, where are you here? Share. Okay. Now this is a thing I put together that has both the Adams and lameness in horses and Merck's. Okay, but we're going to look at some real feet. Now this is a dissection I did up here. And I said here, for some unknown reason, neither farriers, and at that time, I didn't know the reason. Now I know the reason because I put this together quite some time ago. Now I know the reason. I know it's because they taught this error in the vet schools, and it's just been for the 250 years ago, and it's just been passed down from one generation to the next. Okay. So I said at that time, for some unknown reason, neither farriers, vets, nor anatomists of the hoof have realized that the sole is not concave, should put the word only, but convex and concave, and that the sole corium lifts up over the superior outer border of the outer upper surface of the foot, thus producing a convex ridge of sole growth around here. Look, see here? A convex ridge of sole growth around the perimeter of the foot. If our experts don't even know the truth about something so blatantly obvious, then how good can their conclusions and teachings be on how to trim? Well, we already know that. So that is why they constantly carve the sole out and insist upon setting, like whether it's doing a pasture trim or if it's just setting the shoe on the rim of the wall, because they believe that there's not supposed to be any sole there, they carve it out. Okay, so this is a dissection that I did, and you can see the convex, how the lamina, let's see here. Okay, let me get a different color. Okay, you can see how the lamina goes all the way down to here. And then before you get to the bottom, the sole corium goes like that. And so then that is why the sole tubules start growing up here. and they grow a convex ridge of sole like so. And then right here is where it will, yes, it gets concave right there, but it will grow a convex ridge of sole like that. And then it'll get concave right there. So you will have a convex ridge of sole. Let's see here. Growing around the whole, and it's form fitting to the rim of the coffin bone so that it keeps the coffin bone from having to bear any weight at all, because it just has a form-fitting ridge around the whole rim of the coffin bone here to protect it. And so, let's see here. Okay, so now that was my dissection. And but here's some other dissections right here. This is of a wild horse right here. Now look, I want you to look. Look at the difference. Here's the vet manual, and here's the real foot. And so let me draw on it here. Okay, so I mean, this is vital for us to know. So in the vet manual, okay, here's the lamina right here. They have it going all the way to the bottom, right there. Here's the real foot. It comes down, and right here it ends. And then from there, you have, let me get a different color. You have from here down and underneath, because underneath, you have sole corium. So that sole starts growing here, right here, not just under here. Okay. And so that's why in TAC we do things to try and develop this sole ridge and to recognize the sole ridge that supports the coffin bone, because your coffin bone, okay, so your coffin bone is here, like so, in these feet. Okay, and so this sole ridge, well, it's going to grow like this under the toe of that coffin bone. And so that's going to support the toe of that coffin bone right there. And then it gets concave right in here on the underside of the coffin bone. But you have a big, thick, convex ridge of sole. And this is what they will come in and trim out of the foot because of what they're taught about the anatomy, as you have seen in the pictures, that it is only concave. And then they'll tell you some big bunch of baloney about, oh, well, that circumflex artery, you don't want any pressure on the sole because it's going to cut off the circumflex artery. Well, that circumflex artery, okay, is cushioned when the foot is right. And when it has this perfectly convex ridge of sole grown around the whole perimeter here, it's form fitted and it protects and cushions that circumflex artery. So anyway, so that is like a major error in their anatomy. So now I want to show you, if I can, another error, a new one. Oh, they have a new error in barefoot trimming that they have been teaching. Okay, so we're going to look at that. And this has to do with the frog stay. Now, two of the most important areas of the foot, in my opinion, is this convex rim of sole that goes around the whole foot here. And the second one is the frog stay. What is the frog stay and where is it located? Um, Now, this is very interesting, and hopefully, I can explain it to you what is going on, how it's being taught in the most ridiculous fashion in so-called natural hoof care and barefoot trimming and equine podiatry. Okay, so let's see here. Let me. Okay, so you now I explained that about the sole last in the last hoof chat, and so uh okay, and so now it ought to be clear with this teaching. Let me show this one foot here. So you can see that convex ridge of sole. Just a minute here. Okay, where are you at? Oh, there it is. Share. Okay, so this is wild horse foot. Now I want you to see the convex ridge of sole growing from the toe here. Just a minute, annotate. Okay, so it starts growing up here. This is the shape of it. Right here. Now here's your frog on this horse. Your frog. Okay, so this is the convex sole ridge right here. If we were to rasp into this horse's foot, like we might look at it and you wouldn't notice it per se, but if you were to rasp down just a little ways, right there, you're going to see this whole piece right here appear. Because the foot can look, see, and this is why they make the mistake too. Because as the wall grows here, the sole attaches to it, and it can look like it's only concave to a degree. But in reality, you're going to have this convex ridge that is at least that wide. Okay, so let me undo this. And then here's the part that we're going to look at now, what is called the frog stay. Right here. I'm going to show you where it's got its name, where exactly it's located beyond a shadow of a doubt. And then I'm going to show you what these people who claim to be experts are teaching about it. Because this is what happens with people, maybe not all, but this often happens. People who make money off of this stuff with classes and this and that and the other, if they make a mistake and then they teach it, oh, good luck getting them to recant it. All right. And so somewhere along the line, somebody has made a big, huge mistake in labeling and understanding this anatomy. And instead of correcting themselves, and maybe maybe they don't know, okay, but what I have found is a lot of times instead of correcting themselves, they'll just go on and keep propounding the error. See, if our horses are gonna have the correct feet, we need to understand the anatomy of these feet. It's just like understanding how these bulbs and how that heel buttress gets trimmed out and how the whole back of the foot gets turned in, how you get false heels. And you actually have a false frog as well. So we're going to take a look here at what is the frog stay? Who even named it that, right? Okay, so we're going to look at that because it was Bracy Clark that named it that. So we're going to take a look at his book here. And this is a vital part of the foot. Um, in fact, a lot of error comes from all the misunderstanding of the frog. From where they used to trim the heels out to force frog pressure. Well, what does that do? It wears the frog out so that you got to keep trimming the heels lower and lower. And the lower you trim the heels and the more you trim them out, well, then the whole back of the foot starts to contract and twist and turn around, and the capsule gets smaller. And then you get this thing that we have called foot binding. Let's see. Okay, just got to remember what I'm doing here because some of this is hard to explain. Let's see. Clear all drawings. Okay, we're going to, and I can't go into lots and lots of examples, but as you start looking at feet, you'll see it. You'll see that convex ridge of sole. You'll also see where a lot of times it looks concave, but in reality, that convex ridge of sole is there. I'll give you one more example. So hold on here. Um, one more example, and then we're going to look and see who was it that named the frog stay. How this is like 250 years ago that it was named, and it was not only named by uh, the English, it also that also became the name in French. And I'll show you where historically it is written in French and English, and you will be able to see exactly which part of the foot it is. And then I'm going to show you an example of a couple of experts who have just made something up in their own head as to what this is. So, and what I'm telling you is if they can't get the anatomy right, how can they trim right? You see? So, okay, so let me show you this first here, just to refresh. Let's see. I gotta go to my pictures. And, I only have time to give you a few examples here. Otherwise, we'll definitely be here all day. Um, Now, eventually, of course, I'm always saying this, but eventually what I want to do is I do want to put this all together in a faster form than what we get it here in these Hoof chats where I have to go find the pictures and stuff. And, I don't like spend all week trying to put the Hoof chat together so it's just boom, 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 boom for you, because then I would be here every day, all day, blah, blah, blah. So what I am doing though is I am now working on getting this history concisely together so that you can read it and look at it and see it and getting the examples together. So let's see here. Oops, oops, oops. Okay, so we look at this every week. We look at these same certain pictures every week to remind you what is the true foot of the horse. And it's in our wild examples, not every single wild horse's hoof, but it is in our wild examples that we get an example of what the true foot is. So hold on here. And right now, there are so many wild horse advocates for different groups of wild horses. And they are constantly taking pictures and videos of these horses that now we can see what their feet are truly, truly like. And it's not that one dead wild horse's foot that wore its heels out. Okay, it's far, far different. These horses have a high hairline and a lot of heel and good sized feet. Now I just gotta find this. Yeah, come on. And like I said, historically, you look at pictures and you'll see that these horses, whether it's the Greek statues or paintings or what have you, you will see that historically these horses had a lot of heel and they were sound and a lot of times not even shod at all. In fact, the Greeks did not shoe their horses and they conquered the whole world. Let's see here. I don't know why I'm having a hard time finding stuff today. Just a minute here. So, anatomy is everything, everything, because you cannot determine how to, well, here, let's look, mm, just a second. You cannot determine the proper way, it's what you call doctrine and practice, meaning the doctrine is the teaching, and that's supposed to be the truth. Okay, now you may not know it, but when it comes to the medical field or law or something like that, they use that word. That word is used in more than just a religious context. Okay, it's used to represent a teaching. Any teaching that is considered to be factually true. And so you have law, doctrine, you have medical doctrine, scientific doctrine. Once you get into the higher realms, they will use that word. Most of the time, we only hear it in a religious context. Okay, but that word, all it means is teaching. That's all the word means. And it always represents a kind of teaching that's supposed to be factual and true. Well, then from that teaching, you determine what you're going to do. See, like you would have the doctrines of the anatomy of the heart. All right. And so the teachings that were considered true on how the heart works, how it's formed, how it gets diseased, and then what do? How do we fix it? See, by understanding the anatomy of that heart, okay, how then we can determine when a heart is not healthy. Then we can determine what we might do to get that heart healthy. And we can determine, like, say, if we have to operate on that heart, what steps we're going to take to operate on that heart to help fix it. It's the same with the horse's foot. If you don't have a true doctrine, a true teaching on what the anatomy really is, then whatever you devise to practice on that foot, even looking at it, its shape, its form, its size, if you don't have the truth about it, because especially with feet, oh my goodness, they got a million different versions of their own self, you know, and why is that? That is so that the horse can survive. Okay. These feet will keep adapting and adapting and adapting and adapting as they're being deformed and distorted for the survival of the horse. And originally, it was meant to where if there wasn't enough to eat and the water was scarce and the horse had to travel long distances, well, then the foot would adapt and adapt as it was being worn down so it would hold together. All right. So then let's mimic that wear. And the foot will do the same thing. It will adapt and adopt into different versions of itself for the survival of the horse. But as I said last week, we don't want adaptation. We want what the horse was meant to have without there being a drought where he had to move, 30 miles a day to try and find water. And while they may adapt in those circumstances, um, their foot is growing every day as they're wearing it away. So you can't just come in and then trim off in one day what that horse might have worn away in a number of weeks, but was constantly growing back at the same time. See, this whole deal about, well, we're just going to trim it as if this horse would have been walking 30 miles a day for the last 5 weeks or 3 weeks or 2 weeks. It just doesn't work like that. See, because as that horse was wearing it off, he was also growing foot to where your domestic horse wasn't doing that. And so this makes a big difference. You can call that a natural trim, but that's not natural. Now, if you went out there every single day and you just lightly trimmed off just enough to where, like, say, okay, let's say my horse walked 10 miles today, so I'm going to trim off about what that would be. That might work to a degree, okay? But if you come out every 3 weeks and just decimate his foot, see, that is not going to work. And what that's going to cause is severe hoof distortion and severe reactions to his feet. That's why so many times horses get tenderfoot and sore after they're trimmed and things like that. So anyway, okay. Okay, I found the picture I was looking for while I was yapping there. Let's see, share. Okay. Okay, so this horse here, this is Salt River. I don't know if you've heard of the Salt River horses. You should all go join that group, Salt River Advocates. Okay, Salt River is a river, beautiful river in Arizona, right in the desert. I mean, there's a saguaro cactus right next to it. And so these horses, they spend all night in the desert and all day in the river. They'll stand in the river and they will eat river grass. They'll stick their head clear into the river. People are out there all the time in boats, taking pictures of them. I mean, it's just awesome. So this horse here, this guy here, okay, he is one of the Salt River horses. And so they have the most amazing feet because they get the best of both worlds. See, they get this wonderful moisture and plus they get the dryness too and being able to wear their hooves down. And so when you look at this foot here, you would look at it and you say, well, it's only concave, but I'm telling you, it's not concave. That it does have a convex rim of sole around here, and then it gets concave. So it goes, okay, so it has a convex ridge of sole right here. And then right in here is where it'll get concave like that. But you don't see it because in this instance, the sole attaches to the wall as it grows and it will present just a what seems to be a concave look. Now, in these other feet here, just a minute here. Okay, over here you can see this convex ridge of sole around the perimeter of this foot right here. See it? Okay, now what I want you to look at though also is the frogs on these feet. They're huge. They're high up. The frog stay would go clear up high behind the foot here. And the heels here are at least 2 inches long. This same here, heels go, now let me get a different color. The heels are at least 2 inches. The frog goes high up between the bulbs. You can see it on this one down here, right here, high up at least 2 inches. And heels are at least 2 inches. And over here on this one, let me clear it. Let's see here. Oops. Close that. Okay, let's look at this one. It's a little drier. Here you can really see the convex ridge of sole. In this case, the sole right here and the wall have defined themselves where you can see, let's see, let me get a different color. Let's just do pink. What the heck? Here you can see this convex ridge of sole going around the whole perimeter of the foot here. And right here is the white line. Okay. And you can see that this is a rim of sole going around the whole thing. And then right here is where it gets concave. So this is the shape. This is the true shape of the sole. But a lot of times, especially when you got moisture and things like that, the very edge of the sole right here will attach to the wall, and it can look like it's only concave. But there is always this rim of convex sole underneath there. And you would find that if you started like flat rasping down the wall, what had happened is once you got down, you would just see a rim like this. The more times you rasp down the wall and hit the sole would get wider and wider until every time you took a rasp swipe, it would get wider right here to where you finally revealed the whole sole ridge. But right here is where then it's going to go concave towards the frog. So what we do, and of course you can't really get that sole ridge unless you have a real heel buttress. If you look on this horse, he's got at least 2 inches of heel right there. And then this frog, Stuyman Grade, this frog comes way up behind the back of the foot like this. This is the back of the frog right here. This is vertical up behind the foot, and then the frog turns underneath and goes underneath horizontally under the foot. And you've got right here at least 2 inches of heel right in here. And you've got, now this is anatomically correct, what we're looking at here in this foot. And then you have got the bulbs, which I want to draw here. What color should I put? Oh, let's put them in purple. You got your bulbs that they come over like this. See, they're not supposed to be turned. See, what happens is when you trim the heels out, these bulbs that are up here, that's where your coronary band is too. Okay. These bulbs, when the frog gets trimmed out, all these bulbs will start going in this way to where this bulb that's right here, this bulb can wind up clear in here like that, and clear in here like that, and shorten up the size of your foot considerably. Because even though this part is right here, it'll make your foot that much shorter, smaller right there. I don't know if that's making any sense to you, but this piece right here, when it curls in, it's going to go like that. And Just a minute here. So you trim the frog out.
Linda, sorry, did you lower your voice? Because I cannot hear you very well.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Well,
Hello?
I can hear her
hello.
fine.
So it's my telephone. Oh, okay, I'll do it.
It's you. Sorry. There we go. Sorry. Okay, let me undo that. Okay, so it's vital that we understand this because, as I said, these feet adapt and they have false versions of themselves. And so these bulbs should be clear out over. They should not be. That's where they are on this horse right here. All right. But what happens is they'll wind up smashing completely together and not only wind up being here to where they're together, but then they will come in and they will turn in here so that they're like this. Let's see here. And you see, they were here. And they'll even be closer together. I mean, they can be totally smashed together like this. And you don't even know it. And then this frog will grow up like this. And you don't even, that's not a very good picture. So I'm going to show you a foot. Devin, are you here? Let's see. I'll show you an example. Just a second here. I'll show you an example that I looked at today. Just a second here. And I didn't even realize this as much as I'm realizing it now. Um, just a second here. Okay. Okay, so this is from this morning, looking at a foot. Okay, just a second here. So I want to show you what it looks like first. Let's see. Share right here. Okay, so might not think this was too bad a foot. Seems to have a wide frog, things like that. But the truth of what's really going on here is a lot different. So I'll show you what the truth is. Okay, you see this foot here? Okay, so let me get annotate here. Okay, so these bulbs that are right here are these here, X marks a spot, they're supposed to be over here. See, these heels at one point see, it can kind of happen two ways in these domestic horses. One, as the foot grew, the capsule never fully expanded, or two, the heels just got trimmed out over a long period of time. And as that happened, these bulbs that are supposed to be right here and separated, by the way, like so. Okay, these bulbs, they get pulled in like this. And So you don't even know it. You don't even know that this has happened. So I want you to imagine if you could take a hold of these bulbs right here on each side with your hand, and you could just pull them out so that they were straight, not curved, and separate them. Now, this frog that's attached to them here, right here, this frog, what would happen to it? Well, that whole frog would come right through here and be here, just like what I just showed you. See, it would be behind the heels. Now, these are false heels on this horse. That ain't even the real heel buttress, because the part that grows the heel buttress, that little nubbin that gets wrapped around the foot, that little nubbin is over here not growing any heel buttress at all. Let's see. Okay, just a second here. I'm going to mute Devin.
Hey,
Okay.
Linda, it's me.
Hi.
Sorry, I'm at work. Did
I
want to
hope you
just
don't
throw
mind.
in what?
I hope you don't mind. I'm sharing what we were talking about this morning.
No, please share away. I just
Okay.
wanted to add that he is the one that had the one contracted hoof. So he's been severely contracted since he was a baby.
Okay.
And I made
Yeah.
him better, but could never fully unbind that hoof.
Yeah.
And now
Yeah.
we know why.
Yeah. And because we didn't even know it was bound, right? Look how
Yeah.
long we went not even knowing none of this,
Yeah,
right?
because
So
when he
this is,
was young, his heels looked contracted. He had a deep crack between his frogs,
uh-huh.
and it was all like you could tell. And now it almost looks open, but it's still a super small hoof, still
Yeah.
bound. So
Yeah. And so what's going to be cool is now knowing this, um, can do certain things to get these bulbs to come out and unbind and that whole frog to come back and that heel buttress nubbin, corium, to open up so he can grow real heel buttresses.
yeah,
So this is going to be a great it's going to be a great journey,
yeah,
because the building blocks are still there
yeah.
um
I
on
noticed
this
after
foot.
trimming it up again, I seen where like the straight bar to what looked like the buttress was almost there, and I kind of marked it in yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Once I cleaned out a bunch more of the hoof, I was like, oh, I think I may have found part of it anyways.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see here.
Anyways, I'm working, teach away. If I miss anything, I'll watch it later. And
Okay, so
if you need me, just kind of say something and I'll try to chime in.
okay, sounds good. Okay, so there's the introduction. Now, what the part of the anatomy that we're going to talk about is the frog stay. All right. There's some debate on, I guess, where that's at. And I didn't realize just how much till this past week. And can't remember who was it. I'm gonna go to the page that posted um, another picture out of an anatomy book that was false. Okay. Let's go look at that just a second here. We got to go to the group page because something happened on there that got me to searching for something. And that was, there is this kind of debate, discrepancy, contradiction thing going on where you got some people calling what I call the frog stay the frog spine. And not only are they calling it the frog spine, this right in here, um, but now they have placed what they call the frog stay clear up here. All right. And so there's a gal who is taking a course. Okay. And she asked about, we were talking about the frog stay, and then she asked about the frog spine. Well, what about the frog spine? And so then I tried to explain to her um, why some people, while I thought some people call it a frog spine, but why it's really a frog stay. And then I found out, which I did not realize at all, was not only were they calling this in here the frog spine, well, now they've taken and they're saying, and it's two different people that are running big online classes and hoof schools. Now they're calling this, or something around here, the frog stay. And so one big part of tact is getting the whole back of the foot correct so you can have a correct frog stay. And there's a reason for this. And so first thing I'm going to show you is, what is the frog stay? Who named it? Where did the term even come from, right? So that's what we have to look at first. What is the frog stay? Who named it? And it's been named that, and there is no debate on that issue once you see the historical truth of what the frog stay is. Okay, so in order to understand this, see, here's the thing. It's like I'm telling you, people make a mistake, and will they go back and correct it? Well, I don't know. I guess we'll see. All right, because I'm going to write a whole deal on all this anatomical error stuff, and we'll see if people will go back and recant what they've said. And it's pretty bad when in natural hoof care, which was supposed to be better, okay, they're actually going the opposite way and making even more errors about the anatomy. So, okay, so I'm going to show you this. Where did the term frog stay come from? Okay, so we're going to go to this book here called, so Bracy Clark. Let's take a look at him first. We're just going to, let's see here, share. Okay, we're going to do this first because you got to know who Bracy Clark is. And here's the deal. Barefooters, some of them that have been around a while, okay, and are a little more popular, they love to drop that name. Okay, but I just know for a fact they really have not read his book because they'll say, oh, Bracy Clark was against shoes. But if you go read his book, he was not at all against shoes. He was against the way horses were trimmed and shod and forced into frog pressure. He developed a whole new shoeing system and everything like that. See, they claim a lot of things about this guy that just aren't true. And so, okay, so we're gonna go here, and I'm just gonna type in Bracy Clark. He was one of the first people, first of 3 or 4 guys to graduate from the Royal Veterinary, the college in London that was first established in England. Now, see, it says he was an English veterinarian. Well, he was a farrier, okay? The farriers were the veterinarians, and then when they opened the regular schools, the men that graduated from there, most of them were also farriers. So farriers and vets, because the farriers were the veterinarians. Okay. Now you have a deal where you got your veterinarian and you got your farrier. Okay. It's because they kind of came to this agreement on that. So there's a lot of history behind it. Okay. So who is Bracy Clark? He was the youngest son. Okay. When did he live? From 1771, okay, to 1860. He graduated from the Royal Veterinary College in about 1793 or 4. And it was open in 1791. And then for the rest of his life, he researched the foot of the horse. And There were a lot of things in the anatomy of the foot of the horse that nobody knew. And he was the first one to see certain things. And he gave names to a lot of to different parts of the foot that they didn't have before because people didn't even know that was there. Okay, so it says he was the youngest son of John and Hannah Clark of Chipping North. He was educated at the Quaker School of Thomas Huntley at Beaufort in Oxfordshire. He was one of the first students, here we go, enrolled in the newly established Veterinary College of London. He studied under Charles Benoit Val de Saint Bell. Remember, that's the guy I told you? He was a French, it says it right here. He was a French veterinary surgeon who settled in the Kingdom of Great Britain. He was born at Lyons. He studied under Claude Bourgelat. Okay, Claude Bourgelat was the one who established the first veterinary school in France. And you got to remember that this is all and now in France, they kind of started them because they're having a cattle epidemic, but it was primarily horses then too, by what Claude Bourgelat established. Now, the reason this is important because a lot of the errors in anatomy came out of these vet schools. Okay, and it was Philip Lafosse early on that started the false doctrine of taking down the heels to force frog pressure. And 2,000 years before that, everything had a lot of heel. Okay, so where are we at here? Okay, Sambell died of an unidentified fever in 1793, later thought to be glanders, which was some disease you could get from horses. What does it say here? A contagious infectious disease that occurs primarily in horses, mules, and donkeys, and it can be contracted by other animals. But anyway, so it says Clark disregarded instructions to stay clear of the body and to produce a death mask. That's what they used to do on people. They would do death masks. They did it on Napoleon. And on a lot of different people. I guess how they remembered people since they didn't have cameras. So, okay, it says Clark made a continental tour, blah, blah, yada, yada. Okay, keep going. Clark specialized in conditions of horses' hooves. And in 1806, he patented a new pattern horseshoe. He was then in practice at Gilbert Street in London. He wrote extensively about the hoof in a series of pamphlets and books. In his work on the hoof, Clark concluded that great damage was done by the shoeing practices of the time, but his views were ridiculed by his contemporaries. One of those contemporaries, somebody who's going to mention right here. In those opinions, he was following, however, the teachings of Edward Coleman Sandbell's successor. His writings on laminitis and bridles have been noted by modern writers on barefoot horses. See? Okay, so it says an advertisement for his books published in 1835 records that he was a fellow of the Linnean Society, member of the Institute, some institute in France, and other societies all over the place. Okay, so he wrote extensively, and one of the books he wrote, and okay, so he researched and fought to change the practices of what they were doing to these horses for, well, till he died in 1860. Okay, but at the same time, you see this guy here, Edward Coleman, he was, after Sandbell died, okay, the school was opened in 1791. He died in 1793, and he believed in cutting the heels out of these horses too. And after he died, this guy that didn't even know nothing about horses by the name of Edward Coleman became the head of the school, and he was the head of that school for 46 years. And he firmly established this stripping the heels out of these horses, along with carving the soul out. His book is responsible for most of the error that just kept going on for the next 250 years up to our day. And so he at every turn he would thwart Bracy Clark's research. Just a minute here. But Bracy Clark didn't realize it for many years, that it was Edward Coleman who was constantly backbiting him and speaking against him to try and stop his research. So Bracy did not realize this until like 1828. He had been advocating and for more heel on horses for 20 years and couldn't seem to get anywhere because this guy, Edward Coleman, since he ran that school, he was constantly working against him. And Coleman also had multiple applications for patents on different contraptions, like a shoe that gave frog pressure, for instance, and stuff like that. So Coleman advocated 9 years after he started that school. He wrote a book, and what he wrote on anatomy, a man who knew nothing to begin with about horses, okay, or shoeing or anything, and I can guarantee you he didn't shoe very many horses. When, like, Bracy Clark, these veterinarians, as I said, they were also farriers, but Edward Coleman was not. He was actually a doctor, a surgeon, and the only thing he was famous for was how to revive somebody that was asphyxiated. Now, don't ask me why he come up with that, but you never know. Okay, maybe because he's going around choking people. So, but he was a narcissist and a very, very not a good man. Not a good man at all. All right, so okay, so Bracy Clark then writes a book, and it had what you call two editions. The first one was in 1809. And then he did the same book, but he added a few things to it and a new preface in 1828. And so the name of this book is Hippodonomia. Now, did my page change there? Let me see here. Yes, okay. The name of this book is Hippodonomia, and it's a Greek word, and it means the true structure, laws, and economy of the horse's foot. And so on the first page, he says this. Well, okay, that's page 54. Just a second here. Oh. Okay, we're going to go to right here in the preface. And he says, about 7 years ago, let me make it bigger. Oops. Let's see. Oh, there we go. He says, about 7 years ago, whilst pursuing some experiments on the contracted feet of horses, it occurred to me that the causes usually advanced to explain this serious imperfection were not real. Okay, so who would, if you were having your horse shod and he had contracted feet, who are you going to ask? You're going to ask the farrier, right? And the farriers were what? The vets as well, the horse doctors. And so in the veterinary profession, for a long time, the cause put forth by these people for the reason for contracted feet, what he finds out, what Bracy finds out, is that it was not true. That's what he means. It's not real. That's a nice way to say it's not true. Now to just say it's not true, that's like you're calling somebody a liar. Well, somebody can put something forth that isn't true. It doesn't mean they're an out and out liar. It means they're deceived and they think it is true. Okay. And this is the situation that we find ourselves in today, that all these hoof care experts and all these colleges, they're putting forth beliefs and doctrines and teachings on anatomy that are not real. See, it's not like they're out and out purposely lying. It's that this is a falsehood that was perpetuated over 250 years ago when people were first starting to try and understand the anatomy of these feet. And it was a falsehood that was put forth, and then it got established in the schools, and then it's just been carried on from generation to generation to generation to generation. Now, I can give you an example of how this happens that you might relate to. So it's Thanksgiving, and the whole family has come together. You got 3 generations. You got grandma, you got the mother, you got the daughter. Okay. And the daughter and the mother are in the kitchen. They're cooking the Thanksgiving dinner. And the mother takes the ham. She's getting ready to put it in a pan, and she cuts the ends off. And the daughter says, Mom, I've always wanted to ask you, why do you do that? Why do you cut the end off the ham? And the mother says, well, I'm not really sure. Because my mother did it. My mother did it. He says, well, I'd really like to know, the daughter says. Well, Grandma's coming to dinner, so we'll ask her. So the whole family comes together. They're sitting down to eat. And the daughter looks at her mother and says, well, let's ask grandmother why she cut the end off the ham. So they look at grandma. They say, Grandma, mother, we're just wondering, why did you always cut the end off the ham before you bake it? You know what grandma says? She says, because I did not have a big enough pan. There you go. You see how a practice can get carried on, but you lose the real reason for why it was done, and then it just becomes a common practice. That is how traditions get carried on from one generation to the other with nobody a lot of times even asking a question about it. So that is what happened in these vet schools. These men like Philippe Lafosse in France, who was a farrier before the vet schools opened, who came up, he wrote a book. They had money, and he wrote a book, and he did studies on the anatomy of horses. And he come up with this bright idea that you should trim down the heels to get frog pressure. And then that passed into the French veterinary school, and then 40 years later passed into the English veterinary school, from which Bracy Clark graduated. And so Bracy Clark practiced the same thing for a good number of years. But he was also researching to try and understand why they had this epidemic of contracted feet and why all these horses were going lame and all these things were going on. And so that's why he writes this now. And again, this book first came out in 1809. And so at this time, he's been researching this and studying the anatomy for a good, let's see, he graduated in 1794. All right, so it's 1828 here. So 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. He's been doing this about 30 some years and researching the anatomy and doing different things on the foot. All right, so that's why he now says about 7 years ago, whilst pursuing some experiments on the contracted feet of horses, it occurred to me that the causes usually advanced to explain this serious imperfection were not true. Were not true. And that in fact, the accidents, carelessness, idle habits, and wanton tricks of the farriers, the smiths, because now, see, by this time you have two classes of people. You have the ones who have been through veterinary school, who are horse doctors, you might say, and also trained in the art of farriery. And then you have just the regular farriers who have not been to school. And now, since 1754, they've been trimming the horses out of these heels, trimming the heels out of these horses' feet, and it has led to contracted heels. And so this was going on 40 years before Bracy Clark went to vet school. And so now, after Bracy Clark has graduated from vet school and he sees all these contracted heels and all this going on, he's looking for a reason. And he finally figures out that it goes clear back to Philip Lafosse, who come up with this idea that you ought to lower the heels to force frog pressure. So he says, the efficient cause began to appear to me to lie much deeper and to consist of the very method itself by which the shoe is affixed to the foot. And a big part of that method was lowering heels to force frog pressure. And at first, when Philip Lafosse came up with this bright idea, he said you should lower the heels to get frog pressure and use tip shoes. A tip shoe was a shoe that just went on the front part of the foot. And so that the horse would walk on his natural heels instead of a shoe. And that way you would not have to lower the heels so much to always force frog pressure. You see, to make up for the shoe, you know how thick a shoe is, right? Okay, so if you're going to put a shoe on, what would you have to do to those feet in order to make up for the width of the shoe? You're going to have to really cut the heel out. See, I have an example of that. Oh, I just got to think of where it's at, but we're going to keep going. I'll show you that later. Okay, so he says, to establish this opinion by unerring evidence of experiment seemed difficult. Yet a plan for effecting this purpose shortly after suggested itself, and a subject exceedingly well fitted for its application was soon offered. He said, and so what happens is he had a client that had a mare. See, you hardly ever saw a horse that wasn't shod by the time it's 2 and put into service. Okay, so he happened to have a client that had a mare that they weren't going to shoe and let her run, out there in an English meadow for 5 years, so that he could actually see what a natural foot might look like. See, that's what he was wanting, because he saw that Just because you took a shoe off a horse didn't mean it was in its natural state, because that horse had been being trimmed and shod for however long, and that's going to affect the shape of the foot. So he had no idea what a truly natural foot, the real foot of the horse looked like. And so this friend of his had this mare that they let run, pretty much wild, except for halter, breaking her, all that, until she's 5 years old. And so from that, he got a general idea of what a foot he thought a foot should look like. So just a minute here. Okay. So he goes on in his see, you really should go read this preface. Okay. He talks about how lame the horses were in his day, how truly lame they were, because of all these contracted heels. And see, what I know for a fact now is that when you constantly lower heels, um, the back of the foot starts wrapping its way around and contracts. And it can look wide, but the bulbs themselves are still contracted. They will contract in on most of these horses. Okay, so let's go here. Now, just a second here. Okay, he talks about Edward Coleman poisoning people so that his work and his research and his experiments went nowhere. He talks about that here. He didn't know it for 20 years. He couldn't figure out why he's having such a hard time getting his ideas spread around. Well, come to find out, this guy's working against him the whole time. Okay, so where is it here? But this is the part I want to show you here. Da-dum, 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 da-dum. So he wrote this book, Hippodontia, and then he had it translated into French. Okay. And so he's talking about Lafosse here, who started this whole thing of trimming the heels out on these horses clear back in 1754. And that was just a few years before the first vet school opened in France that took it and ran with it, and then transferred the whole belief over into England and all that. But you got to understand, by the time Bracy Clark became a veterinarian, this was already in practice 40 years. So he says this, he's talking about Lafosse. He says, and as to Lafosse, if anyone will read him attentively and altogether, because Lafosse published a big old book on shoeing and on anatomy of the general horse and all that. So he says, and as to Lafosse, if anyone will read him attentively and altogether, they will, I think, come to the conclusion that so far from borrowing from him, because see, that's what they like to do too, is they say, oh, he never came up with anything new. He's just borrowing from Lafosse. And that was not true at all. If anybody was borrowing from Lafosse, it was them. So, if anyone will read him attentively and altogether, they will, I think, come to the conclusion that so far from borrowing from him, I have allowed him to know what he really never understood. In other words, like Lafosse is dead by then, okay? But by saying I've allowed him to know what he never really understood, he's saying he found out the truth of the matter of what Lafosse's doctrine was doing in crippling all these horses. And let me tell you, a horse can be crippled, a horse can be in pain and suffering without limping, and he can still be driven and ridden and all this stuff, because horses adapt and they're silent sufferers. He says, or why did not his countrymen, talking about the French, understand it before I published it and have practiced shoeing with the motion for the foot long ago? And what you're going to find out is that he started allowing these horses to have heels. And I will show you that. But it was the business of these colleges formerly to depreciate Lafosse. In other words, so Lafosse come up with all this anatomy and everything like that, but Bougeret didn't like Lafosse, and so he was always cutting him down. Yet he would steal his work and apply it in the college. This is, I've found documentation for all of this. He says, till I praised him as making the only step that had been made, though a false one. In other words, Lafosse come up with an idea and things changed, but it was a bad idea and it was detrimental and wound up crippling horses all over the place. So he says that's why he says till I praised him for making the only step that had been made, though a false one, for certain it is, here we go, certain it is that by his false doctrine. Now, when we started this out, I was telling you about that word, right? About, a lot of you may hear that word, ooh, doctrine, that's religion, right? No, it's not religion, okay? That was a common word used for simply the word teaching. A teaching that is taught that is considered true. Okay? So Lafosse came up with this false doctrine. So the word doctrine here is used in relation to the foot of the horse, and farriery, and veterinary science, and medical science, and law. Okay, he says, for certain it is that by his false doctrine about frog pressure, he did a great deal of harm, and the effects of it are still felt by thousands of men. Why would he say, well, look, thousands of men and horses, both in England and in France at this day? So this has been going on now for 40, well, let's see, 60 years. Well, what is uh this is 1828, I do believe. Yeah, 1828. When he's writing this, Lafosse come up with this false doctrine on frog pressure in 1854 and published it in a book. The vet school in France picked it up and ran with it. Then the newly opened English school picked it up and ran with it. And so it's now 1828. So how long has this been going on? Let's see if can anybody subtract that? 1828 minus 1754. How many years is that? Anybody know? Let's see. 1754. Oh, well, hey, 40, 50, 60 years. How long is that? You know? Um, so they've been doing this, and what does he say? For certain it is that by his false doctrine about frog pressure, he did a great deal of harm, and the effects of it are still felt by thousands of men and horses, both in England and in France at this day. Hold on here. Okay, I'm back. All right, so that's his the preface to this new edition of his book. Okay, now where did the term frog stay come from? Okay, now one of the areas that he wrote on extensively is the frog of the horse. Okay, so first I'm going to show you something else. Just a second. Okay. Okay, so this is vet history, and this is from the Royal Veterinary College over there. And what happened was that they were clearing out some storerooms, and they found a box. And in this box, they found um, they found a hoof capsule made out of cardboard that someone had made, and that was Bracy Clark. So he says here, okay, so this is an example of it right here. And so the students took it, and because Bracy Clark was the first one to actually remove a hoof capsule and really study all the parts. He is the one, you've heard the term periopal. Guess who gave it that name? Bracy Clark. And the term frog stay, guess who gave it that name? Because nobody even knew that the horse had one. Who gave it that name? Bracy Clark. Okay, so we're going to take a look at it here. It's pretty cool. Let's see, let's make it bigger. Okay. So they found this in a box, and the students did this 3D model of it. Okay, so I want to show you this here. Okay, what does that say? Can you read it? This right here. Can anybody read that? The what? Is anybody still there?
Frog stay.
Okay, the frog state. Thank you.
I had to zoom in.
There we go. Ah, wait a minute. The frog stay, right? Okay, let's go out a little bit. Now, where is it? Is it up here in the front of the frog? No. Where is it? It's back here. Now he named this thing the frog stay. And he named this thing covering it back here the frog curtain. Okay? See, this is a bulb right here, and a bulb right here, and then that periopal skin. At first they called it the frog band. Later, he named the skin around here the periopal skin, which comes from Greek. See, hippodanomia. That also, hippo is horse, okay, in Greek. And so these people were all highly educated. Used to be everybody who went to school learned Greek and Latin. In our language and in science and everything else, everything is named after something Greek. Okay, so he called it the frog stay. There you go. There is no doubt about where that thing is. Is that not correct? Just a minute. Oh, right there. Dun, da, da. Okay, just a minute here. Okay, so let's go back to his book. Now, this is at the Internet Archive. You can get so many books here at the Internet Archive. And so I typed in the word stay, and here's what I found. Just a minute here. Wait a minute. Over here, if you look over here, okay, you see it says frog stay over here. So let's see here. Let me find the one. It's mentioned. Let's see, how many times? Okay, one, frog stay. See, he talks about the base of the frog stay. Hear it again. Two, The posterior blunt end of the frog stay. That's 2. Here we go. Here's where he tells about how he named it. Just a second here. Didn't have a name, people. There we go. Let me make this bigger. So there is no mistaking. Again, this book here, second edition, 1828. He says, and he's describing the frog like this deal here, the chapters here. Let me read this to you. Wait a minute. Let's go. Well, here. I'll read that part first, then we'll go back. Okay. He says the sides of this cone are somewhat compressed or flattened. He's talking about the shape of the frog. Looks like a cone, right? Okay, the sides of this cone are somewhat compressed or flattened, and its upper and front edge obtusely sharp. That'd be the apex I'm thinking he's talking about. This part was not much attended. Oh, well, nope, he's given it. He's talking about something else. This part was not much attended to before. Oh, I just realized why they think the apex of the frog is the frog stay. Thank God he made a little hoof, so we know for sure. Okay, you see how I misunderstood that? Okay, this part was not much attended to before, and being without even a name. Didn't even have a name. Now the frog had a name. Okay. But this part that we just looked at, that is in the back of the foot, okay, this part was not much attended to before, and being without even a name, I gave it the epithet frog stay. Okay, so, and then he mentions this very thing, frog stay, a number of times, and we know exactly which part of the foot he's talking about. Okay, because we just saw the little capsule he made, right? Where he labeled the frog stay. Now, what I found interesting here was that as I was reading this, where it says, the sides of this cone are somewhat compressed or flattened, and its upper front edge obtusely sharp. When I read that, I was thinking of, like, if you were to look down at well, I'll show you what I was thinking of, what came to mind as I was looking at this here. I'm thinking, okay, I was thinking at first he was talking about this little part here. But no, he's talking about this cone. See this cone? See, look here. See, this is interesting when you find out how people probably made a mistake in thinking he's talking about this because they didn't read it enough or look at this other stuff like his foot here. Plus, there's other places where we know this thing is called a frog stay. But let me show you something here. Okay, well, we'll use green. Okay, so the whole thing looks kind of like a cone. You see that? Okay, so as I was reading that, and he was talking about a sharp edge, I thought he was talking about this here at first. But then when he went right into frog stay, I knew it was this, but look at this. Look at that. That looks definitely like a cone. See there? So if I didn't know what I know, and I was trying to figure out what a frog stay was, and I'd never heard it before, and I might have just read that one little part, I might think he was talking about this right here, the apex of the frog itself. But he's not. He's talking about the frog stay, which is up here, that looks like a little cone. See it there? It's got a sharp edge here, but this is the frog stay. So that was interesting. See, always learn something when you're doing this. Okay, so let me Clear that, and we'll go back. Gonna go back to here. Okay, so I'm gonna read that again. It says the sides of this cone are somewhat compressed or flattened, and its upper and front edge obtusely sharp. This part was not much attended to before, and being without even a name, I gave it the epithet frog stay. Now listen, which the French have also adopted in calling it Ariette Fouché. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Fouché. I imagine the T's are silent. We want to call it Fouché. We'll call it Fouché. Anybody here speak French? Can you pronounce it? Okay. So the Ariette Fouché, from its closing the frog and holding more firmly its halves together. So it's right in the center of the frog, right? All right. So now let's look over here. All right. So the term frog stay is used in his book. How many times did I say? Let's see. That one is the word stay is there, but that's not the frog stay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, frog stay, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 16 times. Okay? So he's the one that named it frog stay. All right? And so he should know where it was at, right? And he uses the term, how many times I say? 14 times? 16 times? I can't remember. All right? Now he also says the French adopted it. Now, in his preface, he talks about how he had his book translated into French. All right. So I took this French word and I put it in the search engine. And let's see here if I can find it. And I found his book in French. Okay. Remember, he said they adopted that term for that part of the anatomy. All right. And so I found it in French. Now, something I noticed in his book, that when he first named it, he wrote frog and then a dash and then stay. Okay. But as he moved on in the book, he omitted the dash and it was just one word, frog stay. So I typed the French word into the search engine and I found his book in French where it was translated in French. He translated it into French through the help of a friend in France clear back then. Okay. And they adopted the name. So it's pretty much established that that part of the foot is the frog stay. Would not you say? Never had a name before. He gave it a name. He wrote extensively on the whole subject, especially he paid close attention to the frog. Okay. And then the French adopted the name for that part of the foot. So that is the frog stay. It doesn't matter what anybody wants to say. Now we have people calling it the frog spine. And we have them calling the apex of the frog stay. And these are people who charge you a good sum of money to teach you. See? And not only that, but they have no idea really what this frog stay is even for. They're giving it all kinds of wacky things. But anyway, why is this important? I'm just doing this because I feel like knocking somebody, right? No, no. The anatomy is so, every part on that horse's foot is vital. And we need to know what it is. And we don't need, they're already screwed up in these vet schools, right? We don't need now the barefooters and the equine podiatrists coming in and screwing things up more. See, we need to know what the anatomy is. We need to understand what every part is. And if this stuff had a name before, they can't just go taking what it was named and throwing it on another part of the foot, you know? So, okay. So anyway, I'm going to see here. I'm going to see here if in this book, if in French they did the same thing when they translated the book. Like I said, in his book, if you look here, we'll go back. In his book, when he first started talking about it, where is it here? It's FROG-STAY. Okay? And so frog stay here, frog stay there. Frog stay, frog stay. Where are we at here? Yeah, frog stay, frog stay. Where are we at here? Frog stay. Frog stay, frog stay. A minute here. Frog stay. See, it's got that space there. Frog stay. Let's see. Where are you? Frog stay. Frog stay. Frog stay. Okay, here. Here in the book. Oh, well. Nope. It has it, but for a different reason. That little dash. I was just wondering why it's only mentioned so many times in the French. But anyway, it was just something I was thinking of while we were doing this. The point is, that thing is a frog stay. Period. All right? This here, just a minute here. Let me find. Okay, so what grows the frog stay? This area right here. That's what grows it, this part of the frog corium. And where is this? This is at the base of the back of the foot, right? The base of the frog is back here. And so this area grows that chunk of frog, which is called the frog stay. And one of the things about it is, one of the reasons it's called a stay is because wherever that frog grows and wherever the back of this foot is moved, and then that chunk of frog grows there, that's where the back of the foot will stay. See, it's a major area of supporting and stabilizing the whole back of this foot here. And so when you're trimming the heels out, and all this anatomy is being pulled under, it can literally strip it out of the foot. And what you find too is that the periopal can grow when these bulbs get turned in like this. The periopal can grow over the whole frog stay. Okay, so now there should be no question that that is what that part of the frog is called. Period. Okay, but that is not what they're calling it now in equine podiatry. They call it the frog spine, and they're calling the apex of the frog stay. Why is that? Because they didn't study it closely enough, I guess. You know, and they're not the only ones doing it. Because I seen this the other day too. Just a minute, I'm gonna get this picture here under bad anatomy. Under my file on bad anatomy. Just a minute. Okay, so let's see here. So this is what, let's start here. Does anybody remember seeing this on the group? This post here?
Yeah.
Okay. And then this part of it, see how this part is circled?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay, so that is the frog stay, but this foot here is pretty much deformed and distorted. Okay, now here's where the equine podiatrists say it's a frog spine. Right there. See? They've been calling it a frog spine. And they say it's like a rudder. A minute here. Okay, so here's what we've been looking at lately. This is a fetus. And so that is where that piece of frog grows, is back here, not up here. Okay, so earlier I was talking about these bulbs here. These bulbs are supposed to be clear over here and clear over here. This here would be a deformed and distorted contracted foot, just like what Bracy Clark was talking about. This is a horse with contracted bulbs and in reality, contracted false heels. And this frog stay that winds up being clear up here, that they then call a central sulcus, in reality should be clear back here between the bulbs. Gotta see if I can find, wonder what I did with that. Oh, I had all these. Maybe it's here. Oh, bad anatomy. Here we go. Just a second here. Okay, so on the group, just a minute, share. On the group, there's a gal, and come to find out, she is from France. She didn't get mad at me. Okay, but she's from France. I didn't realize that at first. But on there, she said that the frog, I asked her because she's asking, she says, what about the frog spine? And I said, and so I'm asking her, what do you mean frog spine? What do you think is the frog spine? I asked her because see, I had seen that before where in equine podiatry, he's calling it the frog spine. And I noticed that the ones that he uses as an example are very narrow and thin. So I could understand how if you didn't know what it was called, a frog spine, and you're researching, it looks spiny, when it's stand on contracted heels. And so might call it a frog spine. I can totally understand that. So she says, it's the frog spine. It's located inside the horse's foot. I can't see it, and it looks like a raised rubber area that acts like a boat rudder in the digital cushion. The frog stay is like a small point on the frog, not the same place and not the same function. So then she drew this. And then later she corrected it, and she told me, because I wanted to ask her what she was seeing. So at first she thought this was the frog stay, but really she meant this part here, because I asked her here, who told you that? Okay. And so where is it here? Yeah, see, up here she's saying, are you talking about the frog spine when we were looking at that foot? And so this is what they're calling the frog spine. Do you see that? What Bracy Clark called the frog stay, they're calling the frog spine. And they're saying that the apex of the frog is the frog stay. Okay, so again, they're calling this the frog spine, and they're calling the apex of the frog stay. Okay, so wait a second here. Okay, right here, I'll show you. Okay, so they're calling, where is it here? They're calling this part here the frog stay, right here, and they're calling this part here the frog spine in the back. In these teachings, they're calling this right here. This is in the middle of the foot where the apex of the frog is. See it? They're calling this the frog stay. The frog stay. This is on a video on YouTube. The frog stay right here. Now we follow that over here. And over here, they're calling it the true apex of the frog. But they're calling this back here, once you get way back here, they're calling it the frog spine. So you see how people get anatomy messed up. They got the sole messed up, that it's only concave, that it doesn't have a sole ridge. They got the whole frog messed up, calling the apex of the frog stay, and the frog stay itself that Bracy Clark and the French schools all named, they're calling it the frog spine. It's like, let's just mix and match and make stuff up as we go. But what happens is somebody before them in the barefoot movement didn't know what they were talking about, didn't know about Bracy Clark, didn't know that that part was named in the schools. Okay. And so then they just saw it, and they saw a skinny old chunk of frog on a contracted heels, and they called it a frog spine. Well, then later, when they started hearing about the frog stay, they started going, well, where's that? And that's when somewhere along the line, somebody decided it was the apex of the frog. And these are in classes that they're charging you for. See? Anyway. Okay, so let's go back to Bracy Clark. Let's see what else I got here. Because he's got some pretty interesting stuff that he says here. I'm going to show you how extensively he wrote on the frog, how vital and important the frog is. So, of course, when you're lowering the heels, you're destroying the most vital part of the horse's foot. Let's see here. Okay, so we're going to go back. To here. Here where I named it, and I'm going to back up in these pages.
Are you sharing something, Linda?
Am I not? Yeah, just a minute. Let me get it. Okay, there you go. Okay, so over here is where he says he gave it the name the frog stay, and that the French schools adopted the same name, and they call it the Ariete Fouché, or however you pronounce that. Okay, so we're going to back up in this chapter, because no telling how many times frogs mentioned here. Wait. Okay, so not sure what he's talking about before. Just a minute here. Probably the hoof wall or something like that. So right here, this is on page 55, and let me enlarge this. And now he starts with the heading of the frog, and he says, as this part of the foot has led to more mistakes in the shoeing than any other part of it, so we shall bestow upon it the more care and attention to exhibit correctly its structure and economy, in order that it may not suffer any more punishment by the cruel batterings and squeezings, because you lower the heels, it contracts it. Just a minute. And squeezings that have been so unmercifully proposed. Just a minute here. Proposed it by the unaccountable misapprehension. Well, wait a minute. Oh, that just didn't make sense. So I was okay. Let me reread this here. Okay. That it may not suffer any more punishment by the cruel batterings and squeezings that have been so unmercifully proposed for it. Okay, proposed for it by the unaccountable misapprehension of these colleges. He's talking about the colleges and all that crap they teach, where nonsense is taught by authority and widely disseminated. It's the same today, folks. It's the same today. And where men have hitherto really been placed officially to teach an art which they had themselves yet to learn, and where instead of delivering their opinions with suspicious diffidence and weariness, in other words, be careful what you teach, from knowing their real situation, they have uttered their absurd dogmas. There we go. See, the word dogma is not just religious. Hold on, I got a cough. Hold on. Okay. This is so great. Okay, by uttering their absurd dogmas with all the confidence of well ascertained truths. I'm going to tell you, you'll watch this video where Casey LaPierre and then Lindsay Satchel talk about, and I understand it because I picked all that up when I started barefoot trimming my horse. And you can go to my videos in the past, and I sound absolutely confident that I know what I'm talking about. And in truth, what I was led to believe and talk about in practice was all not true, not real, as Bracy Clark would put it. And so now you go and listen to people, and they are absolutely confident that they know what they're saying, just as I was. And the fact of the matter is, we're all wrong. We were all wrong. I was wrong in teaching people to trim the heels down like I did. And that's what he's talking about here. And okay, then it gets really bad when you get into these colleges. Okay, like this could be Dr. Boker right on the money, because I guarantee you that guy never did all the trimming in that hoof, whatever it was they had there at the university. They had farriers trimming those horses. But this is exactly what goes on in these colleges. See, let's read that again. He says, okay, by the unaccountable misapprehension of these colleges, okay, anybody can start a hoof school. Anyone and their dog, okay, can start. In fact, it'd probably be better if the dogs would have done it. Okay, anybody can start a hoof school, a hoof online. If you got all the bells and whistles, a nice enough place, you can build yourself a little building and put some desks in it and get yourself some cadaver feet, and there you go. See, anybody can have a hoof school, a hoof class, an online this, that, and the other thing. But what's going on is exactly what he's describing 250 years ago. This is exactly what's going on today in all of this. So he says, okay, anyway, by the unaccountable misapprehensions of these schools, colleges, online courses, where nonsense is taught by authority, and we think they're certified, and we think they have the authority, but they are self-appointed, because there is, other than in England, there is zero laws, especially here in the United States, and probably a good thing, or we'd just be subject to these veterinary schools that have carried on this error for 250 years. Okay, so this nonsense is taught by authority and widely disseminated, and where men have hitherto really been placed officially to teach an art which they themselves yet to learn, and where instead of delivering their opinions with suspicious diffidence and wariness, like, okay, this is my opinion, but from knowing their real situation, they have uttered their absurd dogmas with all confidence of well ascertained truths, and afterwards, though plainly confuted, have persisted through pride in maintaining them. This is what we have today. See, these people, for the most part, will not care if they are proved wholly wrong. They are going to hold on to their errors to the bitter end, and the reason is money. Money, prestige, that kind of thing. Once these people write a book and put it in a book and then charge you for it, 9 times out of 10, you're not going to find anybody with the decency or humility to say, wow, I was wrong. Sorry about that. See? And he says, and it is lamentable to think of the hundreds of young men that have been thus misled by these teachers, and of the thousands of horses which have been punished, bumped and thumped upon their frogs through their impenetrable obstinacy and folly. Now, he's talking about how these schools, the young men would come into these schools and be taught by these despicable men, and then they think they're right, and so they're cutting the heels out of these horses and forcing them, oh yeah, we're going to build up the frog. We're building up the back of the foot. That's the crap they're teaching now. Okay? Now what? Now it's worse. You know why it's worse? Because they have taken women, and they've given them a new profession. It used to be that mostly it was just farriers were men, right? Now we got the new barefoot trimmer profession for women. And they've taken women who are caregivers and who just wanted to help their horses. And they've not only given them a profession to where they're doing harm, okay? But now they're teaching us to trim our own horses and to kill our own horses, to torture our own horses, to make our own horses suffer. It couldn't get worse. See? Okay, so anyway. And what is the worse? When the truth in clearest evidence lay before them, instead of embracing it joyfully, they have tried in every way to stifle her by willful misrepresentations and the abuse of those who had espoused her cause. Meaning, you come up and you lay before them exactly with multitude of evidence. Guess what? They're going to abuse you. They're going to say bad things about you. They're going to kick you out of their hoof group. See? Ugh. So he says, and next to these miserable courses, let's say, wait a minute, alas. And next to these miserable courses, they have added a barbarity surpassing in refined cruelty even the unstoling or any other cruelty ever proposed by the old farriers, that of nerving the horses' legs when they were not relieved by their injudicious measures. You ever heard of that? Nerving? Well, guess what? They're doing it clear back then. They're trimming the heels out of these horses and causing all this and causing navicular. That is the cause for navicular and every other hoof disease. And so what do? We're going to nerve them. And so destroyed the very fundamental properties of the foot instead of pursuing the natural and most obvious means of prevention and relief from the evil which new and undeniable discoveries have some time since presented to the world, and which had been confirmed by very sufficient testimonies of men no way interested in the affair otherwise than by a desire of serving the cause of truth and humanity. In other words, see, he had different shoeing establishments set up where they were allowing heel on these horses, and it was fixing these horses. And he had testimonies from many, many people as to this fact. And these bastards in these schools would deny it all and fight against the truth. Okay. See, this guy, you got to understand, these people wrote in sentences that were pages long because they were deep thinkers. This is not a text message. See, this is not a reel, a TikTok video, a short. You know, this takes some thinking. Okay, so he says, and from seeing and deeply feeling the very injury done to the animals as well as to the public and ourselves, we cannot on such an occasion but express warmly our natural and, we believe, just indignation at such conduct. Yeah, see, I have that. Natural, the indignation, don't even begin to describe it. Okay? What I feel towards these colleges and towards so many in the hoof care industry, that their main, to me, maybe not, but to me, for some of these people, their main concern is what they're going to make. The money they're making off of charging thousands of dollars to send you through a course where they're going to teach you garbage. Old garbage, by the way, you know, that come clear out of the first vet schools. It's not new to think that frog contact, that wasn't invented by Dr. Boker. Okay, that's been in these vet schools for a long time. He didn't come up with nothing new. Just that nobody ever read it before. See, it was common knowledge in the vet schools. So, he says, in now presuming to unfold this curious part of the frog of the horse's foot, we may observe that we enter upon it with the more pleasure and confidence from having in former years been permitted to disclose several of its parts, not before known or understood. And so he goes through, how many pages we got here? That he talks about the frog. On the frog starts here on page 55. And you can see why people don't read this. You know, you got a guy that I'm looking for a period. Like, where does a sentence end, man? You know, that's the way these people wrote. They were big thinkers. They were scholars. Okay, so there's one full page, and then he's given some diagram etchings here. 2. Let me make this smaller. 3, 4, 5, 6, frog stay, frog stay. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, at least might have got into a different. Nope, still. Frog. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Let's see. It's 24. Oh, and now we're going to start on frog pressure. Now, I bet the barefooters, why didn't the barefooters ever read any of this stuff when they were promoting him as the #1 ancient proponent for natural hoof care? So however many, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 on frog pressure, just frog pressure alone and its damages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 pages. So what? Altogether, I don't know how many. You know, this guy was right. This guy was right. And they did nothing but jack and screw him around so that none of his research could be moved throughout the populace. But he did have different, he did have shoeing establishments and stuff. But see, Edward Coleman, who ran that school for 46 years, who was a narcissist, okay, did everything he could to squelch this research. So anyway, you do good to read this whole thing. It just blows me away. And what's interesting is at this point, I don't think he had named a periopal yet. I'm not sure. I can't remember. But this foot here, just a minute here. Just a second. I've got this picture. Okay. This here that at that time they called the frog band is he later named the periopal band. Okay, that's why we call it the periopal today, because he gave it that name. And even here, this hoof here, the heels are still trimmed out of these would be what you and I would consider false heels still. See, because what I found out was that this periopal, when the bulbs are turned in, it can grow over the whole frog. And so it was a while before he realized that the periopal band was not frog, did not consist of frog, but that when the heels are trimmed out and when the horse develops false heels, that this periopal band, because the bulbs are twisted in like that that's periopal, that periopal can grow over the whole frog. And why is that? It's to keep the horse from losing his hoof capsule. The periopal holds the hoof capsule to the leg, and so then when the heels are trimmed out and the horse makes these false heels and all this is pulled around in here, that periopal, because see, you're stripped the frog out of the foot and the frog stay, you can actually strip the frog stay out of the foot like it did on my horse, and then that periopal will become a false frog stay and it will grow over the whole frog and hold the capsule on. So, okay. Well, anyway, I don't know how much of that you understood, but that's what I want to share about this part of the anatomy, that it is a frog stay, people. It is not a frog spine. Okay. And the apex of the frog is not the frog stay. See? Now, get these people, I wonder if these people even knew this, if they would actually change. You know, once you've charged people for a class, once you've written a book and put your shame out there for everybody to see, see, what did Bracy Clark say? Just a minute here, right here. Let's go to that. Share. Okay, now we go back to what he said here. The eye soon gets accustomed to deformity and does not discover it. He said this error is what embarrassed and misled me. You see, people don't like to be embarrassed, and they won't admit when they're wrong because it embarrasses them. And they don't want people to know they were misled. See? But this man, this was a great man here. He had no problem in admitting that, even though it embarrassed him. He said, this error, I was wrong. I didn't know this foot was really deformed, but I was describing it like that's the way the foot should be. This is exactly what they're doing. This error it was that embarrassed and misled me in all of my first experiments. There's nothing wrong with that, people. You know, we're all trying to learn here. So what if we make some mistakes? And even these other folks, you know, that are charging out the rear end for you to take their classes, okay, even if they make a mistake, why not just come around and say, hey, we have researched and we made a mistake here, so let's change it. I don't know if they will or not. Okay, usually no, right? You know, I built my reputation on being wrong. Yeah, okay. This error it was that embarrassed and misled me in all my first experiments on what I conceived to be the natural foot. That means the true foot. The true foot. Natural hoof care is supposed to be the true foot, but it's as far out there as you can get. During several years, and completely blinded my views as to the true nature of these things. And my predecessors also, as the general tenor of their works will indicate. Well, I just showed you the works of two people who think that the frog stay is a frog spine, and then that's bad enough. Okay, whatever. That's maybe not that big a deal there. But then when you take what we know is a frog stay and you put it up at the front and say, oh, that is the frog stay, calling the apex of the frog stay. Okay, now here's the thing. In equine podiatry, all right, Casey Lapierre, okay, he's French, right? He may be an American, but he's got a French ancestry. And so he has spent a lot of time over there in France pushing his teachings into the vet schools and his courses, right? Well, I'm here to say, Mr. LaPierre, that you're wrong about the frog stay, and even the French schools adopted Bracy Clark's label of the frog stay, and there would be no frog stay, and you wouldn't even have the words in your mouth if he hadn't invented it first and named it, and you have made a mistake. You have made a mistake. And so I would challenge you to correct it. See? We'll see. Probably never hear that. Oh, you know, yeah, he don't like me much anyway. Steph, he's mad at me because I call the digital cushion adipose tissue. And he says there's just a little bit of adipose tissue in there. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. How did I find out that the digital cushion was adipose tissue? Well, because it's nothing but fat It's primarily fat. How do I know it's fat? Because I put a foot in the oven and it melted it into golden oil. That's how come I know that digital cushion that's in there is adipose tissue fat. It is fat. And when it melts, it is a golden oil. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take I'm going to take the digital cushion out of one of these feet. I'm going to put it in the oven on slow cook, and I'm going to watch that thing melt. I'm going to watch all the fat melt out of that thing. And then I'm going to take that fat and I'm going to put it in an oil lamp and I'm going to burn it. Now, why do I have this idea? Whale blubber, people. Whale blubber is adipose tissue. And they used to catch whales to melt that all down and make whale oil so that people would have oil in their lamps. See? So I'm going to do this experiment where I'm going to take the digital cushion out of one of these feet and I'm just going to slow cook it. Like I see what happened was years ago, I was trying to figure out how to preserve these feet. And I thought, well, what if I dried it out really slowly? And so I took this foot and I put it in the oven without the capsule on and like 225 degrees. And I just left it in there for half a day. Then I come into the house and man, it smelled weird in here. And then I opened the oven and I looked and the whole foot had turned this funky red color and all the fat in the digital cushion had melted out of the foot and the pan was full of golden oil. And whenever I'm going to do a dissection or something like that, you soak these feet in water, you will come and you will see big golden droplets of oil floating on the top of the water. See, he don't like that. He don't like that. I know this because some girls took his course. And they told me he got really ticked off when they mentioned my name because he was angry that I called the digital cushion that I said it was fat, that it was fat and it was adipose tissue. So what? So what? You know, my oven proved that. I had no idea before that. I would have just believed, oh yeah, it's just a fibrofatty cartilage tissue. And
The fact that you can restore the digital cushion proves that it's fat.
yeah, well, and what you do is you grow this, restore the heels and grow the frog stay up, and it supports this digital cushion under here. See, look here. Let's see, let's turn it over. Okay, so you grow this frog stay in here and it pushes up into here and then it supports this digital cushion that's all up in here. But when you trim the heels out and pull this all down, well, then it looks like this, all weirded out and funky. But you know, I don't know. Anyway, so now you know a little more about the frog stay. And why hoof care is so screwed up, because they are so screwed up on the anatomy that it's ridiculous. And see, it ain't just me saying it. Bracy Clark, that all the barefooters want to say, oh, look, he's just like us, when he was not at all like you. Okay. Anyway, he flat said how they're teaching wrong things and making horses suffer and men. See, and back then it was men suffering too, because, you know, lame horses fall, right? What happens when your horse falls with you? Well, you go with them. And so a lot of people were killed and maimed due to how they were trimming these feet and forcing frog pressure on these horses. I mean, you can even look at this foot here and tell that these bulbs are not supposed to be clear down here on the ground. See, this horse here, they were forced to be low like that. And he had to be put down due to having shredded tendons. His foot was so mangled. Okay, well, anyway, that's our history lesson for today on, well, part of it and stuff. Any comments?
Hey Linda, it's Lee.
Hi,
Thank you.
Lee.
Thank you so much. So I just wanted to share, I was trimming, my 18 hand, 2,000 pound horse who at times in his life has been in such pain.
Aw.
When ridden, he would be grinding his teeth and opening his jaw, and I could not figure out why. But he also became mean, and he would, he just was unrideable. And I knew that he was such a sweetheart on the ground, and I couldn't figure out. I'd never had a horse react to being ridden, but he was in such pain. And he's been to every equine podiatrist. He's been to Root and Riddle, podiatrist specialists. He's had heart bars all around. He's had every conceivable type of glue on, nail on specialist for 10 years. I've owned him 10 years. And I just want to share that now he's being ridden. Now he still doesn't have a foot. But just by relieving the pressure and knowing what's up under there and how much has been compressed into this huge horse, and how he's actually been, like you said, they're stoic. Horses are very, very stoic. I took
Yeah.
a clinic with Gerd Hirschman about 2 months ago, and he could see that the horse wasn't moving perfectly, and he said, "I want you, before you come back, I want you to you know get pictures of his feet. I want to make sure that he's the bony column, that he's okay." And sure enough, he's okay. He was fine, and I did the clinic, and you know he I know I pulled his shoes because I knew he wasn't moving correctly. I knew he kept breaking away the hoof wall, and I just, by the grace of God, I found you and your work. And I just want to ask you a question, because I was trimming him last week, and that the actual frog had had come back and had widened. But when I trimmed that, because I didn't want the frog completely on the ground, because he really doesn't like that pressure,
Yeah.
I found that under the frog in the back of the foot was the periople. So the frog had grown over the periople, which was binding the actual bulbs of the foot under that.
Yeah.
So I trimmed away the frog, and some of the he got so much relief. But how much of that periople do I safely remove so that he can actually keep the hoof capsule on? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'd have to look to see what stage his foot is in. So if you
Yeah,
could
well,
take a
it's
picture of
I,
his
I
foot from the
okay.
side even.
Yeah, he still has a long way to go. I just, I don't want to force things, but he got so much relief from that.
Good.
He started playing with his, playmates, running around, bucking. I mean,
Well,
it
here,
it
there you go.
actually that answered the question for me, that, oh
Yeah.
my gosh, he got relief and he feels safe. Because when he doesn't feel safe in his feet, he would get spooky
Yeah.
and not want to be ridden and become rear, spin, paw the ground.
Wow.
He would not go. And this is the sweetest horse. Like, he's like the big red dog Clifford, except he's a bay. But being ridden, he was unrideable. So
Well, See, but you have been doing this trim and helping him for a while now, right?
Me officially only for about 8 months.
Okay.
I was working with a trimmer and I realized, even with me standing over, don't take any heel, don't take any heel. She would she would take the heel and not get the toe back.
Hmm.
They just can't, and say, well, here's a boot he can wear. It's always, and this woman is she does endurance riding, so
Hmm.
she's a horse person, but the answer is put them in a boot.
Hmm.
I'm going to take their heel and then you have to wear a boot, right?
Yeah.
So it wasn't really helping. So I picked up the tools. I'd buy a tool here, a tool there. I've really only been doing him officially since last summer.
Hmm.
But he's on his way. It's just so hard with so much weight on that foot.
Yeah.
It's really, really hard to get him to build back what's been taken away from him.
Yeah. But he will. And the thing about it is what I was going to say was, but you have been trying to restore his heels and allowing him to have some heel and kind of taking that frog down so there wasn't constant frog
Yes,
pressure. And so his foot has gradually been slowly changing anyway. Okay.
yes,
And so then whatever you did last time offered him more release and more
yes.
relief, so um because it's just like if a horse has his feet totally trimmed out, you can't just go and take all of that away right in the first swoop, because then he is gradually adding capsule into his foot. And
Yes.
so with each trim, you're taking and doing a little more and seeing different things. And so that's how it's not something I can say, well, you do exactly this,
Yeah.
because it depends on what stage that horse's foot is at. Like if his heels are totally trimmed out and the foot has really bound itself with that periopal, so the
Oh,
capsule won't come
yeah.
off and all that. See, people have to understand that you're going to have to grow the heels for a while and gradually release stuff and get the frog living again and all that,
Well,
you know.
so my farriers back in New England, they used to talk about a false frog,
Hmm,
and and I
that's
now
interesting.
I'm, yeah, they would talk about a false frog, and I almost feel like that's what I found was a false frog, where yeah, the frog is there, but it's not really functioning the way the
Yeah.
frog should. It's grown over the heel bulbs,
Yeah. Well,
and
see,
in a
that's what I
way,
had on
yeah,
on Valor, was that I found a couple years ago, was a totally false frog that the
yes,
periopal had totally covered it over and even made a false frog stay
yeah,
and stuff. So yeah,
okay,
that's
okay.
interesting that they have seen that, because that's different than like I never heard. I'm glad you told me that. I never heard
Yeah.
that before.
Well, I had the best farriers in New England. I think they were old school. I really
Uh-huh.
think they, I think, because I never had this problem until I moved to the Midwest. And until I started working with these journeyman farriers
Hmm.
trained by you know, the American Farriers Association, which now I realize has been doing a disservice to every single horse that and these men, they think they're doing the right thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's terrible, isn't it?
They're trying their hardest.
Yeah.
I had at Rood and Riddle, I had a South African, or maybe he was from New Zealand. I don't know. He had an accent. He was making aluminum heart bars all the way around for my horse to try to help him get
Hmm.
off the ground. But what it did was put more pressure on the frog and never address the fact that his heels were too low, right? But
Yeah.
they've tried. I've had so many genuine farriers really, really want to fix this horse,
Yeah.
and they just don't know. They're you know. And so I
Yeah.
have to say goodbye to them, like, no, this isn't working. I've got to move on, and could not find anyone to help except for, a farrier that was making a shoe that actually, with a leather pad that he beveled away, he actually brought that leather away from the frog so that there was no frog pressure in the back,
Mm,
because
wow.
that causes immense pain in these horses that are
Yeah.
low to the ground.
Yeah. Well, and look at this picture here, how the frog is forced to bear weight.
Yeah,
See, right in here, how the back of the foot is pulled down and the frog is bent in the center
yeah.
and the heels are jammed up, and then the weight is forced on this frog that was never meant to bear weight like that.
Yeah, and my horse would take really stinging steps. Like, I'd be riding and he'd take a step and it would be like, ouch, ouch,
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
from the pressure. So I'm just so grateful to, be on this journey. I wish I could turn back the clock, but this is all brilliant work and needs to be exposed as you're trying to do desperately, because this is going to make all the difference in the world, but it's going to be very, very difficult
Yeah.
to switch you know, an
Yeah.
entire world into understanding. It's going to take one horse at a time
Yeah.
as we try to recover them. And, I look at every horse's foot who walks by now, and I see the ones that are succeeding long term are the ones that have a real hoof, and the heels aren't cut away.
Right. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're here because, just that's quite a testimony. See?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. It was almost like, the Russian dolls where you have a doll and then inside there's a doll and inside that there's another doll. And, and as you peel away the top doll, you're like, oh my gosh, there's a whole nother world under here. And that's what I found last week. And of course, I'm out in the barn and I don't have my camera or my phone, or I would have taken pictures right then and there. But then I've got to get this off of
Yeah.
his foot, because there's no way I'm ever going to be able to release those heel bulbs if there's actually frog over top of them. So yeah. Anyway, I'm grateful to be here. So thank you.
Hey,
Thanks
well,
for
thank you for being here and stuff because see, everybody, all of us, see, we're the straw, we're
yeah.
each that extra straw, and sooner or later we're gonna break their camel back. So,
Yeah.
you know, and stuff. So
Well,
I
I'm determined for this horse to be part of that journey, because he's his grandsire sired a horse that won two Olympic gold medals. So
wow.
he's got uber
Yeah.
talent, and
Yeah.
he has been denied that because I would watch him. My trainer would get on and jump, and I was like, he doesn't want to get to the other side, and the reason his feet hurt. And as athletic as he is, as I mean, he's a freak of athleticism. But if your feet hurt, or if you're jumping and you're wearing a wooden shoe, meaning the pressure is as if you're, it's not flexing, it's not functioning, it's not supported by that digital cushion. I did a full horse dissection with Sharon May Davis, and I was fascinated with the amount of fat that I was able to feel and palpate that was a real digital cushion. I was
Wow.
like, oh my
Yeah.
gosh. Yeah. So, I wouldn't go fry it like you
Yeah.
did, but
Well, I baked it.
you bake it.
I didn't mean to bake it. I was just saying I'm gonna try and dry this out, like a
Yeah.
mummy or
But
something. And then the golden oil, it's the most beautiful golden oil that comes
mm,
out of it. And do you know that whale blubber, they're different
yeah.
grades. you
Sure.
know,
Well,
to that oil.
we have brown fat and white fat, different types of
Yeah,
fat. So it'd be interesting to know what kind of fat is in a digital cushion.
yeah.
But it's within a very thick fascia. It's not just loose fat.
Oh,
It's
not at
actually,
all. Yeah,
yeah, it is a cushion like a pillow sort of.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
And I've thought about it as adipose fat,
mm-hmm,
and that like in whale blubber, that whale blubber keeps that whale warm.
mm-hmm.
So that's why your horse's feet don't freeze,
Oh gosh, yeah.
you know?
Interesting. I never put that together. Mine are standing out in the snow right now.
Yeah, there you go. Now you know why.
Well, snow on the way, but thanks again, and I'm just so grateful, and every day that I look at my horse's feet, I want the process to rush along,
Hmm.
and I keep saying no patience, where I want to ride, and I look at his feet and I'm like, why ride? He's not there yet,
Yeah,
and I could walk, but he's like, thank you for not trotting. He's
yeah.
okay with me walking, but when I see him playing and running and rearing and spinning and kicking up, I know he feels good because
Oh, absolute.
you know, and he
Yeah,
was.
see. That was like with my horse, like he's bred to run,
Mm-hmm.
and he loved to run when he was young, and too. And
Yeah,
then after a couple years of barefoot trimming, he just quit loving to run.
yeah,
You could see the difference,
yep,
you know.
yep, absolutely. They tell us if we listen, and my point was I had a lot of money offered to me for this horse,
Hmm.
and I turned it down because I knew that he would be broken if I
Oh,
couldn't find a way to help. And
yeah,
so I just was like, I'm determined to find a way. I will keep you. I won't sell you, but I'm determined to find a way. And
yeah.
thank God, this is the answer. It's not an overnight fix. Like, the farriers would like me to believe, or even the trainers are like, put him in a 3-degree wedge and let's get him out there. And like, no, that's a band-aid. That's
Yeah,
just a band-aid. And he will
yeah,
break down because he's
yep.
so big. A lot of these horses won't break down. They're not comfortable, but to your point in the beginning, they're not lame
Hmm.
but they hurt.
Yeah,
So there's a difference between, my horse is lame. I know there's something wrong too. I look at them and I'm like, they're not moving like they should. They're not reaching, they're landing toe first, or they're, tripping, or they're just not as athletic as they were or they should be. And that's my goal, is to get them all back to being comfortable. And I'm no farrier, but I'm now becoming a trimmer.
yeah. See, and like what you're saying, like they say, well, let's put wedge pads in them. When are they gonna get a clue?
No.
You know that hey, you're trimming the frog, you're trimming the heels down, then you're putting them in wedge
Yeah.
pads.
Yep. And then
How does that
you're
make sense?
but they also stopped. So my farriers in New England would at least bring the heel back under the bulb. So they were saying that the heel would grow to the shoe, and they would float the heels. So they would do this thing, they would say, I'm going to float the heel. And that meant they're not going to put the shoe tight to that heel. So they're going to allow that heel to be shod. They'll bring the shoe back under the bulb. So it was ostensibly like a correct foot. And that, for years, that's the way, they weren't trimming the heels away. They were trying to build that heel.
Uh-huh.
Um, but I don't even have farriers willing to do that. They leave the toe too long, and then they put the shoe all the way up to, what they think is the end of the, where, so there's no support for that, the back of the foot, the caudal part of the foot,
Hmm.
and it collapses further.
Yeah. It,
and you risk a suspensory branch or,
oh yeah.
tearing of those fibers. So, yeah. So thanks again. And
Well, thank you for speaking up and thank you for letting me know that.
okay,
That
well,
gives me hope and encourages me a lot.
again, for the performance horses, that's my niche is these, horses that need to be at the top of their game, and a lot more are going barefoot. So, the Swiss team is doing show jumping barefoot. So it'd be really interesting to see, who their farriers are, because they're winning and they're barefoot now. The Olympic.
That's good.
Yeah.
And stuff. Of course, the only problem with barefoot is how they're taking the heels out of them at the same time. So what you find is that these horses will improve for a while
Yeah.
when you take them barefoot, and then they start going the other way, and then
Sure.
they blame it on diet.
Oh, yeah.
So while because see, it's not the shoes, it's
Right.
what they're doing to the foot.
Yes.
And Bracy Clark saw that too. You know,
Well,
um,
I had a German nutritionist. She was a vet, and she came out because I was like, okay, maybe it's nutrition. This is before I found tact. And she said, oh, yeah, you need to add copper because the iron, the copper, that's why he's not growing a heel. And
mhm,
she said, it looks like he's foundry because he didn't want to put weight on his heels. Well, it's not diet, and it's not
yeah,
founder. It's, as you're pointing out, this horse is in so much pain that it looks like he, can't bear weight on his heels because it's pain induced by the heels being trimmed away.
yeah,
It's not pain related to he ate too much, I gave him too much grain or what whatever. So yeah, it's not only the farriers, it's the vets that need to get their minds switched. And
yeah. Well, it's their fault. Well, I
yeah,
mean, going back,
it's back
in
to the
history,
1700s.
yeah, it's their fault. This
Uh-huh.
garbage being passed on from one generation to the next. And once you write something in the halls of academia,
Mm-hmm.
it's written in stone to them buggers, and they will bend over backward to kiss their own rear end to try and make it look true, even when it's false.
Well,
That's
I
just
and
the
I've
way it is.
I've never had more pictures of my horse's feet taken until the past, 4 years.
Uh-huh.
And it was to show the farriers, look, his pastern angle is, you're not taking enough toe. Look how much you've got, like an inch and a half of toe that needs to come back. And
Mhm.
look how he is displaced in the coffin bone up to the all the way
Yeah.
up through the ankle. And you know what the vet said? Oh,
What?
just tell the farrier he's on the right track. I'm like,
Yeah.
excuse me, like, no, can you
Yeah,
not
they don't
see
know.
this?
You
They
know,
don't know.
they
They
don't
don't
know.
know. So I'm paying for x-rays, and it's like they're not telling the farrier, oh my gosh, you know, he's he needs more heel support, and you're trimming it away. And lastly, at one point my horse really did have 2 millimeters of sole depth. And so
Gee.
they put casts on his feet right then at the vet clinic. And then the farrier who was called in, who was we this is why we were taking the pictures at the vet's office, he nailed shoes into the casts just to get that horse away from the 2 millimeters of sole depth. And I talked to the vet years later, and he said he didn't think my horse would have survived.
Yeah.
He genuinely thought he would have not made it with that little amount of sole depth. So he's still with us. He's now part of TACT. He's part of the journey to show that there's a better path. And
Yeah. Yeah, and
So
if we can't reach, the only way you're gonna reach the vets and the farriers if you reach the horse owners.
yes.
You know,
Well,
yeah,
they need to be able to see, and that was my problem. I could see where the hoof, where the what a good hoof looks like, and I knew, but I didn't understand what was happening because it doesn't. They don't trim away the heel overnight and
yeah,
take an inch and a half off.
no,
It's trim after trim after
yep,
trim, and slowly you then you get to the end, and these farriers would look at me and they'd be like, "I don't know what to tell you to do." Like
yeah,
they wanted to help, but it's like they
yeah,
get to
yeah,
the end and they're like, I can't, there's nothing more I can do.
yeah,
I'm at a
and
loss.
they're not doing it on purpose, but yet they're so resistant to change at the same time.
Yeah, a lot of them have egos,
Yeah,
you know, and then,
it's just like what Bracy Clark was describing. No
hmm
matter what the testimony or nothing else, they will refuse to look.
yeah. And
That,
I stopped talking to them because they would get so mad at having someone standing over them. So I'm like, okay, I'll just step away and let you do your thing, and I'll try not to get involved. But that
yeah,
didn't work either because that only allowed them an open door to do
do
more.
whatever they
Yeah,
want. And see, they never really look at, all they ever see is the bottom of that foot for the most part.
yeah,
And the bottom of that foot can look the same whether the foot is its full, good, true size, or
hmm
whether it's been totally bound up, just a
yeah.
smaller version of it, but they don't see that size change and
Well,
stuff.
well, we were taught to look at the shoulder, and
Hmm.
the angle of the shoulder, and the farriers in New England again, they would watch the horse walk,
Yeah.
and and make sure they're landing heel first, heel,
Hmm.
and extending, as they walk, extending past their nose with, the extension. And if that heel isn't there, they only can go so far,
Hmm.
because there's nothing underneath to land on unless
Yeah.
they flick their toes up, which is, you know, only a few horses have that ability to do that, but still it's not comfortable if you
No.
don't have a digital cushion to protect you.
Yeah.
So thanks.
Well,
I'll let
you're
her.
welcome, and thank you for sharing that. Hey, we're gonna have to take a break here. I'm gonna go to the
Okay.
little girl's room.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna take a break till 3:30, and then we'll come back. And if you wanna, you can come back. If not, well, I guess you can watch the thing. But you guys can take a break anytime you want, but I need like 15 minutes. So okay, I will see you at 3:30.
I just have a question for the person who was just speaking. I put a question in the chat. Everyone else can go. If that lady,
Okay, yeah, you all
thanks.
can keep talking. All right. Okay.
Are you still there asking a question?
Yes, I put it in the chat because I didn't know. I'm curious who the nutritionist was.
Um, her name is Dr. Gabby Bernstein. Gabby.
Dr. Gabby Gross.
Yes.
I suggest
Yes.
you do your homework.
Oh yeah, I've done it.
So you're
Where are you
familiar.
from? Where are you
I'm an
from?
Asian.
Oh, I am too. Yeah, I did my homework after that.
Okay.
Yeah, I did plenty of homework, but yes, so you know, she was a friend of a friend, and I was at a point where this was when she first came, visit number one,
Mhm.
and she came out and told me what to feed my horse, and told me that he looked like he was had laminitis and all of that, and it was no, he was just, it's his feet. And but yes, thank you for sharing. But but you know now I know more, and now I'm more immersed in what the real problem is.
Yeah, she's got quite the ruse going on down here. with her little visits.
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Well, it would be good to speak with you more on that. So we'll
Especially
have
if
to,
this is being recorded, I would rather not
yeah,
say it
exactly.
for legal purposes. However, I
I
can
think,
share my reality.
yeah, well, we should chat then. I'll go to the private chat or,
Yeah. I don't know
and
who you are. Don't say your name, it's fine. But if you go to the chat, you'll see who I am and you can send me a message. That concludes our saga, everyone, if anyone's listening. I'm going to mute now.
I had to jump out of class for a little bit. Is she's still running it, but took a break?
Yes.
Okay, great.
okay, now where do I start?
Okay, so I'm back. Oh, I'm 2 minutes late. Took longer to eat that sandwich than I thought. All right, so are you there? Can you hear me? Anybody?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, so we're gonna go to just a minute here. Share. Now, it's pretty disappointing because this guy named Henry Hamerling, who was a farrier, he also started the American Farriers magazine, which you'll see online. And he had a really great website called Never Blue Farms, where he posted all his research. Well, he died a couple years ago. And oh, just a minute here. He died a couple years ago, and I guess they didn't keep paying for the domain name. So now I can't get to his site, and the domain name, of course, these jerks come in there and take those domain names, and then they want to sell it to you back to you for thousands of dollars. So I'm
You
glad
might be
that at
able to
least
find it archived. You might be able to find it archived somewhere.
we're on Internet Archives.
Yes.
Maybe it should be. He's Janet Air bought me a book that he wrote, and what it is, it's called On the Foot, on the Horse's Foot, and it's 500 and some pages just listing all the people who have ever written on the foot of the horse. It's very interesting, and but this one article he did called The Proper Hoof Angle, which I got right here, I copied that before they took all his stuff before that went down. So I was very glad about that. And I have that published on the web under my Google Docs. And so even though it's called the proper hoof angle, you could also call it the proper heel height, because for a very long time, they have believed that heel height determines hoof angle, and hoof angle has always been a big concern of theirs. And just like oh god, just a minute here, let me oh, now I lost everybody, hold on. Okay, and just like, just a minute. Oh, who somebody was just talking about how they look at shoulder angle. The farriers will look at shoulder angle to determine what angle the hoof should be, you know. And so hoof angle has always been an important thing. Dorsal wall angle, how steep, things like that, because they're also adding the bony column into that, and all that stuff. And now let me find where this is here. Okay. Um, make sure I have it on this right page. I believe I do. The proper hoof angle. Okay. Okay, so he wrote this research paper back in 1990. And it does mention Jamie Jackson in it, but that was before Jamie Jackson published his book in 1992. See, whenever you're studying history of anything, you have to pay close attention to timelines, and who thinks what, when, where, and how, and when they thought it, and all that kind of thing, to put things together in a proper way so you understand it correctly. So, so he gives a history of how people thought about this. And So I want to read part of this. So he says, in the past, unproven theories concerning proper hoof angle, heel height. Let me make this a little bigger. Okay. In the past, unproven theories concerning proper hoof angle or heel height became popular, even established. Our most reliable information comes from observations, but where do our beliefs on what proper hoof angle, which most of the time includes heel height, if you think about geometry, okay, you got the angle in front, okay, and then it's all connected, kind of in a rectangle, and then you got the heel height would determine dorsal wall angle. So, he says, so where do our beliefs on what proper hoof angle come from? And what are beliefs? Beliefs are teachings, and teachings are doctrines, which become dogma, set in stone, pretty much. So it said, how could 45 degrees see at one time they all thought, oh, everything has to be 45 degrees, which was really destructive. How could 45 degrees ever have been accepted as proper? But at one time it was. What determines proper hoof angle? And again, that's dorsal wall angle. That's the toe wall. From the hairline to the ground, what is the angle? Should it be 45 degrees? Should it be 55 degrees? Should it be 65 degrees? See? How could 45 degrees have ever been accepted as proper? What determines a proper hoof angle? What, if anything, do we really know about hoof angles? So he did quite an extensive research paper on this. He says, there have been many observations and theories on hoof angles. And why am I reading this now? Because it has to do with heel height, and heel height has to do with frog pressure. You see how things are connected? And remember, we're talking about Bracy Clark was all about how frog pressure is bad. Lauren Shields is bad. Okay. But very little experimental work has been done regarding them. Then he gives the names of a bunch of people. These are all people that wrote on it. Much research remains to be done. The means to accurately assess the effects of hoof angle are now available. Yeah, because they got a hoof gauge. Okay, so history. So here's a history, basic history. Says the earliest recorded advice on hoof angles, heel height, comes from Simon of Athens, 430 BC, and Xenophon, 380 BC. Each insisted that there should be no contact between the frog and firm ground. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, they know more than a French farrier in 1854 and a bunch of college professors and presidents in the late 17 and 1800s that never even shot a horse. Okay, because these men were warriors and they were in the cavalry. And so, your life depended on that horse. And if anybody knew horse flesh, I guarantee it was the Greeks. Okay. And the horse, they might as well worship the horse because you go to the Parthenon and it's got these friezes along the top. It's all men with horses doing different things with horses. And all the horses have heel. All of them. Like if we're to here, we'll see. Parthenon free. I can't even pronounce it right, but it's gonna come up. Okay, Parthenon. Okay, you spell freeze, F-R-I-E-Z-E. Okay, here we go. Okay, look at these horses. Look, they all have heels. Let's see. This was around the top. All these different, nothing but horses and men. Why is that? Because that's what they conquered the world on. My goodness, look at the heels on this horse. Let me save the image and enlarge it for you. Let's see. Now, new share. Okay, here we go. Look at those. Look at that foot there. See that? Look at the heel. Okay. Now, obviously, it this is a realistic. Look at the cartilage. My gosh, look at the cartilage, people. Oh, and it looks just like human foot. How's that? Not like a human foot, but they're pretty good at depicting human anatomy as well, because the Greeks were super into anatomy. If you look at the history of anatomy, okay, they were some of the first ones to really get into as many details as they could. Now, they didn't really do dissections on humans, because they believed that humans might still be able to feel stuff after and think after they were dead. So you didn't want to go cutting somebody up. But like, this is amazing. This is amazing. This is the first time I've seen this particular picture, and just looking at the huge cartilage there. See? Yeah, look at the rear foot there. Okay, so the whole top of the Parthenon, let me show you a picture of the Parthenon here. Maybe there's one here. Okay, well, look here. Of course, this might be a reconstructed one. I'm not sure and stuff, but let me go back here. See, history tells the truth. Okay. Okay, so this was what the top around the whole temple, what it looked like. Let me see if I can find another one. Oh, well, is that it? Nope, that's not it. Just a second here. Okay, so this is what the Parthenon looked like. Just a minute here. And so around the whole top, all up here, all the way around, people and horses doing different things, you know. So just like, here's another one right here. Oh, look here. This horse has a notch, and it's not because it was chopped out. I'm pretty sure they put it there on purpose. Just a minute. Save image. Oh, new share. Okay, here's another one. Or, well, that might be the same horse. Same one. Not sure. No, that's the same deal there. But, okay. No. Oh, that's the wrong picture. Just a minute. Yeah, I don't know what I did with it. This is a different picture. Save image as. Now save it. Okay. Just a minute. Share. There we go. Okay, so this is another part of it. Okay, now look down here at this foot. Pretty sure that's not just chopped out, but that they put that there on purpose, like that, with because they didn't draw the hooves the same. They drew them in different ways that they saw them. Okay, so Let's go back. Okay, so this is it today. Pretty amazing structure. And if I remember right, I looked up the history on it. On why they built it. They built it to commemorate a war they won somewhere. So tons of horses, and they all have heels, all of them. Okay, so go back to this. Just a minute here. Okay, so it says the earliest recorded advice on hoof angles, heel height, comes from Simon of Athens, 430 BC, and Xenophon, 380 BC. Xenophon, I can't remember, he was before Alexander the Great. Okay, Alexander the Great and the Greeks conquered the whole then known world. And spread the Greek language everywhere, so that by the 1st century, by the time Christ came, Greek was the lingua franca, the common language of the whole Roman Empire. And if you were in Rome, if you ever heard that deal, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. If you were in Rome doing as the Romans do, you were doing everything you could to be like the Greeks. See, everybody admired the Greeks, their learning, their religion, their writing, their everything. Okay? And so this guy here was a well-known Greek hero and soldier, Xenophon, and he wrote a treatise on buying a horse. Now, I wonder if I have just a minute here, because there's another deal I want to show you here. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Back up there. Okay. XENO. Oh, XE. Let's see here. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Because I want to see, Henry Hamerling does not quote the whole thing that Xenophon said. To get that, you got to go to the Greek, the Perseus Project, which is at, it's some university, Tufts University. Just a minute, make sure I got the right deal here. Okay, to get everything he really said, you got to go to Tufts University, and they have all the Greek writings, whether it's the Greek Testament, the Old Testament, Plato, Aristotle, you name it. Okay, so what we're going to read is the full thing of what Xenophon said. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so he says, and this was the translation, it was Xenophon on the art of horsemanship. Remember, 380 BC. Okay, and it's translated by these guys here. And it's from the Constitution of the Athenians. So he said, when testing the feet, first look to the hooves. First of all, he said, and it's not written here, he said the first thing you want to look at when choosing a war horse is the feet. Okay? And then he says, when testing the feet, first look to the hooves, for it makes a great difference in the quality of the feet if they are thick rather than thin. Next, you must not fail. Now remember, what are they choosing? They're choosing a war horse. They're choosing your life depends on that horse. Okay? You better pick the right one. Next, you must not fail to notice whether the hooves are high, listen, both in front and behind, meaning the hairline. He's talking about the toe and the heel. And so the hairline and the length of the heels. So he says, next, you must not fail to notice whether the hooves are high, both in front and behind, or low. For high hooves have the frog, as it is called, well off the ground. Get that? High hooves, meaning high heels, high in front, high behind, hence high hairline, have the frog, as it is called, well off the ground. But flat hooves, or low hooves, low behind, tread with the strongest and weakest part of the foot simultaneously. That means their bulbs and their heels are both beating the ground. Like a bow-legged man. Moreover, Simon says that the ring too is a clear test of good feet, and he is right, for a hollow hoof rings like a cymbal striking the ground. Now, what's interesting about this is this comment here that they make. They make this comment about some guy by the name of M. Bourgelat. Now, M. Bourgelat was the person who started the first French vet school. Now, you got to understand that all these men read all the Greek classics. Okay? Whether it was Bracy Clark, okay? He was educated. Remember, they were all taught Greek and Latin. Okay? So, this Bourgelat, who he was, oh God, there's a name for him. You know, people that have money. And it says in his preface to the second volume of, it's in French, Les Eminences Hippocrates. Okay, anyway, it's something about horses, right? See that word, hippa? Okay, that's not the hippo oath, whatever. That's meaning horse. Okay, because he started the first French vet school in 17, when was it? It'll say down here, because I got him right here. That's him, right there. Claude Beaujolais. Okay. Okay, so it says he reprehends this remark as trifling and false. How dare him, this elite bourgeois jerk? Okay, this guy here, who is Xenophon? He is a warrior, a soldier, a cavalryman, a leader. He in fact, he rescued, saved, and led a few thousand Greeks out of Persia, and saved their lives. Okay, these people, he knew what he was talking about. I just showed you the Greek statues around the whole Parthenon and what the horse's feet are like. Okay, high hooves, high heels, high hairline, frog off the ground. Okay, now this, remember, the guy, Philip Lafosse, the Frenchman, wrote a book on anatomy, had it published, and come up with the idea that you should lower the heels to force frog contact, right? This guy promoted that teaching in the first French vet school. So later, he reads Xenophon's comments about horses. They're supposed to have heels. And this is what he says. It says in the preface to his book, however the heck you pronounce that, he reprehends this remark as trifling and false. You see how these people are? You see, once they come up with an idea, just like I'm telling you about these other two people saying that, oh, that's a frog spine, and the front of the frog is the frog stay. You know, I'm going to be interested to see, because sooner or later I'll get back to them, if they will recant or if they'll just dig in deeper. See, I'm proved. It's the frog stays in the back of the foot. It's not the apex of the frog. Okay, they misread stuff. I don't know who first taught that. Maybe it was Jamie Jackson. You know, maybe that's why they're glommed onto it. Okay, so he reprehends this remark. He says that what Xenophon says is trifling and false, right? And they say here about Beaujolais, and if our author is to be understood literally, the criticism is certainly just. Yet now they say here that it is unlikely that Simon and X were both mistaken. No, who's mistaken? This doodah here. Okay? This elitist that opened up that vet school, that spread the false doctrine of lowering the heels for frog pressure. So that 40 years later, when they opened the vet school in England, by then this belief is entrenched. See? So Beaujolais, okay, oh yeah, he was a lawyer. Ha ha, no wonder, right? No wonder. You know, what a pain in the butt they can be. You know, ruin our whole country. Okay, so Bourgelat was born at Lyon. He initially studied law and worked as a barrister, but he became interested in veterinary medicine because of his interest in horses. In 1740, at the age of 28, Bourgelat became the head of the Lyon Academy of Horsemanship. As an amateur horsemanship enthusiast, he developed a style of horse riding that is still used as of today. In 1750, Bourgelat wrote a book on the topic of veterinary medicine, in which he considered the idea of founding a veterinary school. Okay, so God only knows how many false doctrines this guy really is responsible for instilling in the veterinary field. See, first of all, he's a lawyer, he's an amateur. And what did Bracy Clark said? He said, I can't remember exactly how he said it, but all these people who are inexperienced are putting forth their opinions, and their opinions were not true and they were junk. But then their opinions became dogma. So it says he followed through with the idea when he co-founded the first two veterinary schools in the world. Oh, here we go. Here's how the veterinary field got started. Well, I mean, first the farriers were the horse doctors. This guy founded the first two schools. He was not a horseshoer. He was not a farrier. Okay? He was none of that stuff. Yet he founds two schools and starts teaching all this junk. And then when he reads stuff like what Xenophon says up here, oh, well, that's just trifling and false. That's just not true. Why is he saying that? Because he's already teaching crap in his school. See, they won't recant. They won't go back. See, you think it was free to go to his school? No. Okay. Said he followed through on his idea when he co-founded the first two veterinary schools in the world, the École Nationale Veterinary at De Lyon and the École Nationale Veterinary at d'Alfort. He founded the veterinary college specifically to combat the cattle plague, which, okay, that's a good deal. And students trained at the Lyon Veterinary College were credited with helping the disease. So that's good. Nothing wrong with that. But then what he did in adopting Philip Lafosse's, this dude here, That's Philip Lafosse. What he did in adopting his doctrine of low heels and frog pressure has killed, has instituted, what, I had a name for it. Now see, the word has escaped me. Starts with an S. What is it? Not institutionalized. God, my brain ain't working. Anyway, okay, so he made it so that these false beliefs were established, and this guy here, these two men here, are responsible for why you and I are here today. Okay? Ultimately, that's why you and I are here today. They're the reason that our horses have all these problems. Them and a few other people that established these beliefs in these first vet schools. Okay, so anyway, so this guy here, he started the first two vet schools. He adopted Lafosse's belief in low heels. Okay, now Lafosse was considered the father of veterinary anatomy. Now, you may read that he was a veterinarian or something like that. It says here, was a French veterinarian and the son of Iliane Guillaume Lafosse Ferrier. Well, you got to remember that there were no vet schools yet here in 1738. Okay, and when he first came up with his idea in 1754 to cut the heels out of horses, and that the farriers were the veterinarians. So he never went to school. He didn't go to Bourgelat's school. In fact, Bourgelat didn't like him. Just so you know. Bourgelat was always talking him down, probably because he was stealing his ideas and instituting them in his school as his own ideas. They do that stuff all the time, you know. Okay, so Lafosse comes up with this low heel, no heel deal, make the horse walk on the frog. Okay, so now let's go back. Where was I at? To the proper hoof angle. Okay, so you got a little history there. Okay, so where it is. Okay, so Casanafon says that horses should have heels high in front and high behind. He says in buying a horse, first things you have to look at are the feet, high ones, high in front and high behind. Keep what is called the frog well off the ground, while horses with low hooves walk with the hardest and softest part of the foot at once. All right. So then he gives a name. He says, there is no change in this attitude for the next 2,000 years. No change in this. I've got paintings of horses from before, well, you know, copies off the internet, from before 1754 that shows horses with big feet and good heel. After that, they're all trimmed out, all false heel, all contracted feet. So he says there is no change in this attitude for the next 2,000 years until the middle of the 18th century. The 18th century is the 1700s, by the way. All the well-known writers recommended a high hoof angle. And then he gives an example of people who wrote, like this guy wrote in 1556. His name was Blunderbill. He said, when trimming to remove more material from the toe than the heels are to be left strong. In 1585, a guy named Clifford wrote, pare the foot as little as possible at the heels, but to pare it well at the toes. In then 1664, a guy named Solisol urges that the heels of the forefeet are not to be cut away but left strong. There you go. And then in 1752, 2 years before that disaster of La Fosse, it says, the horse with low heels is scarce fit for anything but the plow. May have been the first to say that hooves could also be too upright. Anyway, so accepted angles change from high to low. Remember, to have a steep dorsal wall angle, you got to have heel. Okay. Introducing the theory of frog pressure and expansion. Then something strange happened. La Fosse, 1754, broke with more than 2,000 years of tradition and experience by recommending a low hoof angle, low heels, and half-moon shoes, also called tip shoes, and frog pressure. La Fosse said, shoe him after my method, because it will oblige him to press upon the frog, which is the natural point of support for the flexor tendon. It was as wrong in theory as it was in practice. La Fosse's low angle and frog pressure theory met with some acceptance and some resistance. Now get this, the master farriers of Paris published a refutation of shoeing with short shoes and at a low angle, low heels. Osmer, whoever that guy is, notes that when he tried La Fosse's methods on his own hunting horse, quote, the horse became lame in both front legs the first time he rode him. That was 1759. Remember, La Fosse came up with it in 1754, printed it in a book. Nonetheless, Osmer still, even after he makes his own horse lame, he still advocated a low hoof angle and frog pressure and short shoes. Oh, looky here, just not quite so low and short. See these people? They're disgusting. And La Fosse's method spread. In 1791, Sandbell, who was a Frenchman who graduated from the French school and then was the first head of the London Veterinary College, he followed whose thinking? La Fosse's thinking. Smith notes, John Lawrence tells us Sandbell lamed many horses by lowering the heels too suddenly and committed other errors in shoeing. Now, he dies after 3 years of heading that school. And then the King of England appoints this creep here. And he was a creep, Edward Coleman. Edward Coleman was a physician and a surgeon. He knew nothing about horses or horseshoeing or veterinary medicine. Zero, zilch, nada. Okay? And so he is the head of this college from 1794 to 1839. He had no experience with horses or shoeing. He followed the beliefs of the French schools, Sandbell, both in position and in his theory. So he spread these false teachings, and by being the head of that college for 40 years, he cemented them in to our educational system. Coleman preached frog pressure and low hoof angle for 46 years. He was a contemporary of Bracy Clark, and he backbited and worked against Bracy Clark the whole 46 years. Bracy Clark, 1809. Now listen. So remember, this research is written by Henry Hamerling, CJF. He's a certified farrier and other stuff. He's also admitted to the International Farriers Hall of Fame. I mean, he was quite the guy, quite the scholar, too, I'll tell you. Okay, so now you see this here? Now he's going to quote something about Bracy Clark. Look at the date. Look at the date there. 1809. Now, the book we just read, Hippodonamia, was Clark's second edition that he wrote in 1828. So that's 20 years later. Okay? So Hamerling is going to tell you what great Bracy Clark believed, but he don't understand. He's looking at, just a minute. He's looking at Bracy Clark's older book. Not the one he did later. So he doesn't understand that Bracy Clark changed his position. See, we already heard that Bracy Clark used to practice the same things. Well, yeah, he would. He went to that school and he was taught by Sam Bell. And so, yeah, he believed all. Remember, he said he come to realize that what the reason put forth for contracted heels was not real, not true. So, Hamerling here is saying what he thinks about Clark from the way Clark was earlier before he came to realize that this doctrine of Laplace's was false, and he came out against this whole lowering the heels for frog pressure. Okay, so as we're reading this, we have to realize that Henry Hamerling is speaking from a position of not understanding the timeline of what Bracy Clark thought later on. Okay, so he says Bracy Clark, remember he just got done about Coleman. Coleman and Clark are contemporaries. Bracy Clark, 1809, even though he had read, listen, he read Xenophon. Okay, I want you to remember that. Bracy read Xenophon. How did he know that? Because in whatever book he looked at from 1809, Bracy must have mentioned it. Okay, so he says, even though he had read Xenophon and many other historical texts in favor of a higher hoof angle, higher heels, and no frog pressure, and even though he despised Coleman, okay, first of all, he don't realize that it wasn't so much that Bracy Clark despised Coleman. What you find out is that in this book here, he didn't know what Coleman had been doing to him for 20 years. In the book we just read, in the preface, he goes into some detail of how Coleman totally, constantly worked against him behind his back. And so he says, even though he despised Coleman, and I put more like Coleman despised Clark and slandered him, Clark found out about it in later life. Even though he despised Coleman, he had read Xenophon. Henry Hamerling says that Bracy still preferred the frog to make contact with the ground and therefore a low angle. Again, this was in the earlier days because he changed after that. We know he changed because we read it. We saw it. You see, it's just like I used to trim the heels out of my horses, and think that one dead wild horse's hoof with no heels was what my horse and every horse ought to have. But I don't anymore, do I? Okay, so he says, with the two most influential writers on farrier at the time, Coleman and Clark, promoting low angles and frog pressure, the ideas became firmly established. Okay, so what he doesn't realize, Hamerling don't realize, is that for the last 40 some years of his life, Bracy Clark did not promote that. But he could never get anywhere because of this creep, Coleman. Okay? Because Coleman ran the what? The school. See, once these schools get their doctrine and their dogma going, good luck. See, you got to change the education if you're going to change the people. Okay. White in 1802 is the first to state that the angle of the hoof should be a specific number of degrees. His book shows a hoof superimposed on a protractor scale with the hoof angle at exactly 45 degrees and says this is correct. Thereafter, many writers repeated the same mistake, and so they lamed and crippled a bunch of horses with this belief as well, trying to force 45-degree angles on the dorsal wall. Okay, so and then they got into looking at the shoulder and thinking that, well, the angle of the dorsal wall has to be the same as the shoulder. See, all this different stuff. So this is quite the article here. See, shoulder angle, pastern angle, all these angles. Well, you know what? We know that if the capsule just fits the foot, all that's going to just fall into place. You don't have to do bony column angle. You don't have to do dorsal wall angle or anything like that, because the angle is just going to be what the foot calls for itself. And then everything will fit together. Capsule has to fit the foot, you see. So, okay, so now this becomes interesting. When you keep reading what some of the stuff that Bracy Clark says, some things that he said. Remember, we read some stuff he said on the frog and how he named the frog stay, and how what they were doing to force frog pressure was cruel, and these men were just basically wicked and evil and wouldn't change and all that, no matter what the testimony was and all that. And so I'm going to enlarge this here because he said some really interesting stuff concerning, like Hamerling said, Bracy read Cassanophon and other writers concerning the fact that horses have to have heel and frog off the ground. And though he may have learned in school originally, oh, well, let's lower the heels and frog pressure, he changed later on. And so we have what we read earlier. So it says, Okay, I'm just going to read this part. It appears, let me make this bigger. It appears also important to observe in respect to this part, the wall, that it can have characteristics wholly at variance, as is the case in respect to the high, this is where he says it, the high and lofty or upright hoof. See, he says, and the hoof that is extremely flat. So he's comparing the two, the one with the low heels and the one with the high heels. He calls the one with the high heels the high and lofty foot. It's the one that is lofty. It has the frog off the ground. You know, it has the high hairline. Okay. And it says, and so different are they that they seem to require a different management in the shoeing and treatment. So again, he's talking about the high and lofty foot, the one with heel, and then the flat foot, the one with the bulbs on the ground. And remember, we already know that usually ones with bulbs on the ground have very thin sole. They don't have a lot of heel buttress. They don't have sole either. Okay. So he says, since all the parts of the very flat hoof, low-heeled, are thinner, weaker, and requiring a lighter but more extensive bearing and defense than does the upright foot. Again, what is the upright foot? The upright foot is the one with heel and a high hairline, just like Casanofon said. Bracy calls it the high and lofty foot. Okay? And the shoeing is not only advantageous, but almost necessary to such a foot. He's talking about the low-heeled foot. They're so weak, they just about have to have a shoe. Well, they sure got to have boots, don't they? But to the very upright, so again, the high and lofty foot, the one with heels, it would be often superfluous, and it is in effects more rapidly injurious. And also, now get this is so interesting. And also, too much wet in rearing the flat hoof should be avoided. In other words, you don't want moisture to get to these flat feet, these feet with no heels. Okay? Which cannot do the other so much harm. And this is what we have seen. Feet that have no heel, if they get a lot of moisture, well, it loosens that periopal band and the bulbs. The bulbs will come out of the capsule. But a foot that's got good ample heel and a big enough capsule, moisture, wet, does the exact opposite. It just makes it even better and better and better and better. See? So I just thought that was really interesting how he compared the 2 feet like that, and how he also saw that moisture was more of an enemy to the flat, no heeled hoof, but that to the high and lofty hoof that was more upright and with a lot of heel, that it actually was better. So that was interesting. He also says here that the lofty foot is to be preferred, as it has the frog raised high above the ground. Ha! See there? He's quoting Casanofon. So what did we just read? That Henry Hamerling did not realize that Bracy Clark had changed his whole stance in that regard. I wish that guy was still alive so I could write to him and tell him, So yeah, it says, oh, well, yeah, and looky here. The venerable Xenophon wrote several hundred years before the art of nail shoeing was had recourse to, and he remarks in his advice respecting the selection of a horse that the lofty foot is to be preferred, as in it the frog is raised high off the ground. And he further compares those horses whose frogs or soft parts come to the ground as cripples among men, who are wont to go on parts nature never designed they should, or, as he observes, go equally on the weak and on the strong parts. The above particular advice appears to point out 2 very curious circumstances. First, that they did not shoe, for it would have raised the frog high enough and higher than was necessary, and made the recommendation useless. And secondly, by their use of the foot in the natural state, they found by experience that if the frog was low, by it battering against the ground, it was subject to become tender, hence the preference given to the high-placed frog. After the same manner do the veterinarians of the 2nd and 3rd centuries, who were employed in the Roman armies of the Eastern Empire, also recommended the choice of the horse's foot, but emphatically added small to the elevated frog, something, as it must no doubt be not so subject in consequence to become tender from being less soft, as well as less exposed to the road. I have, however, observed in young feet, that is, at 2 or 3 years old, that the frogs are on a lower level in respect to the other parts of the foot than at a more advanced stage. Anyway, so you see, he did, in fact, agree with Xenophon, and he did see where the frog, the heels, the horse had to have heels, and the frog had to be off the ground. So very interesting stuff. And what is so disgusting? Okay, see, people have never learned to read the context of anything. And so what happens is the barefooters go to Bracy Clark and they just pick out a sentence here and a sentence there that seems to agree with all the false doctrines in barefoot trimming. Like, oh, see there, he was against shoes. No, he wasn't. Not really. He actually had shoeing establishments. But he also saw to where if you could get a really good foot like this, high and lofty, you might not need to shoe them. See? So anyway. Okay, well, trying to think if there's anything else. We'll go back here. Okay. Okay, so then where are we at here? So this is a very good article. There's a link to it on the Hoof group. Now he does mention Jamie Jackson and Herrick because he also talks about what people who believed in natural, looking at the wild horse as an example, but this was before Jamie Jackson wrote his book advocating no heel. See? So he did not know at the time that he was going to promote all of that. See, nature, free roaming horses, things like that. Anyway, the conclusion that he came to was, for the first 2,000 years of recorded hoof care, a high hoof angle, high heel, without frog pressure was universally recommended. For about 2 centuries following that, a low hoof angle, low heel with frog pressure was recommended by an influential majority of non-farrier writers. In the last 25 years, now remember, he wrote this in 1990 before Jamie Jackson wrote his book. In the last 25 years, as more research has been done, the pendulum of opinion has swung back to recommending the higher angle and no frog pressure. All evidence indicates that a healthy hoof angle is one of 54 to 60 degrees without frog pressure. We know in what range angles to find and keep healthy hooves. We do not yet know precisely what mechanism determines the most healthy angle. Well, I can show you what that mechanism is. I'll show you here, just a second. The mechanism is, let's see, internal foot, HI. See, we know, intact, we know. And I'll show you. Right here. This, you see this thing right here? That's a foot. That foot determines what the proper angle is. The correctly fitted capsule to the foot without the foot being bound or distorted or deformed. Now here's an example. This is the same foot I just showed you. And so this horse had been trimmed by a human, maybe barely 3 times. He lived on a 40-acre sod pasture in Kansas, and he trimmed his own feet, and he had perfectly intact, undistorted, undeformed inner foot. And so what is the mechanism that determines what angle this should be at? Well, I'll show you right here in just a minute. Well, how about just the foot does? The foot itself does. See, the wall fitting correctly to the foot would determine what it should be. That's what determines proper angle. When the capsule fits the foot correctly and the foot is not bound at all and every part is fitting correctly, well, that's what determines this right here. Because this is what he's talking about, dorsal wall angle, this angle right here. Okay, is it supposed to be like this? It's supposed to be like this, supposed to be like that. Well, it's supposed to be whatever the horse's foot is when the capsule fits correctly. See, that's pretty simple. So that's what we're doing. We are understanding what is the true foot of the horse? What is the anatomically true inner foot? How is the capsule supposed to fit it? We're not going by angles, okay? But we know that the hairline is relatively steep here. Now, what I'm finding is that a lot of them are even steeper than that. They can be up like this. And we know that from a lot of the wild horse hooves that we see. So anyway, that's all I have to share today. Just a little bit of history. That's the first time I've really been able to share that stuff of Bracy Clark and then tie it together with the errors that are being taught in the so-called natural hoof care industry, in equine podiatry. And see, here's the thing, and this makes people mad, but I'm going to tell you right now that the term equine podiatry was coined simply as a marketing technique. They're no better than the barefoot trimmers or the vets. They're limited, and a lot of what they know is anatomically incorrect and stuff. But see, it sounds better, doesn't it? Sounds more medical. Okay. They're no better than anybody else. They got anatomical error. They don't necessarily trim correctly or know what the true foot of the horse is. See, because this hoof care thing, clear back to Coleman, has been kind of a thing of greed. Okay, all these men come along, they're constantly making patents on shoes. Coleman was constantly coming up with a patent. Here, I'm going to make a shoe and then I'm going to sell it and make it rich. You know, it's no different than coming up with, well, I'm going to do me an online class and I'm going to have a hoof school. And yeah, I'll get everybody to take this online class. And then I basically don't have to do much anything and I'm going to get rich. I'm sorry, but that's going on. Everybody and their dog wants to have an online class that they can charge you thousands of dollars for. Like, yeah, like literally thousands of dollars for. And I think they really love those 3 and 4 day clinics where they can charge you $1,200 a whack. See, this has become nothing but a moneymaker to very many people. And of course, when it don't work for your horse, you don't hear about all those people who get thrown to the wayside when their trims don't work. See? No, they usually wind up here with us. Yeah. We're the all barefoot failures. Okay. All right. Well, anyway, that's all I had to share today. And so if there's anything anybody wants to say it now or forever hold your peace till the next hoof chat.
That was cool. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, thanks for putting it all together. It's interesting to connect all those guys in who learned what from who and who screwed it up and who had it right, and interesting.
Yeah, it's almost uh it's almost like an STD. You know, the one guy has a false teaching, he tells the other guy, he picks it up and he spreads it to the next guy. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's almost like
Socially,
history repeats itself.
yeah, it sure does, doesn't it? You know? Yeah, it's a sad deal. Frustrating, you
And we
know.
have to figure out what's right.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's what we're doing. We're figuring out what's right, but we also have to know where we came from so we don't keep doing it,
Yep.
you know?
Hey,
It's
thank you so much, Linda, for your lesson today. I haven't chimed in much, but I've been listening, and yeah, your whole entire teaching today and how everything came together in the history has just been very interesting to listen to. So thank you so
well,
much.
thank you for that feedback. Because I am trying to put it together so people will understand it, and then get it simplified, you know, like written down and boom, 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 boom with examples and stuff so that people can read it and maybe we can work it into something to where we can deprogram people.
Yeah.
You know, re-education camp, but you know, oh man. Okay, well you guys are all awesome. Thank you for allowing me to share this with you. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, we appreciate the teaching and the new understanding. So
Hey, well, thank you. Okay, well, I hate to say, but I don't really want to do any hoof evaluations today. I think we're gonna end now, and next week, we'll just do some more on real anatomy, and we'll do nothing but hoof evaluations, talk about trimming, things like that. Maybe sometime this week I can do a couple of videos, and hopefully soon start doing some dissections. I'm hoping, you know,
Hey Linda, can I make a comment on this picture?
sure.
So the angle that the photograph was taken shows the bottom edge of the hoof, meaning the peripheral edge of the hoof, as being curved. And if it was
Yeah,
taken at a slightly different angle, that would be flat. And so then you could kind of indicate the sole thickness. But with that curve, it doesn't work to draw on it to show sole thickness as well.
yeah. Well, yeah, it doesn't. But one thing about it, if like the foot was tipped a little bit, you would see that this just looks fat. Well, I mean, it's curved because the foot is round, you know, so it kind of looks around like that. But if it was tightly slipped or the right angle, it would just be flat like that. You would see it flat, like so.
Yeah, I know.
And
I'm just saying, like, in terms of when you're drawing your green lines on there, it would be a little easier to visualize the sole thickness if that was level there.
yeah, or how thick the sole should be.
Yeah.
See?
I think it just makes it harder because with it being a three-dimensional object and we tend to think more in two-dimensional planes, it makes it harder to
Yeah.
balance the sole
We got
thickness.
some more let's see. What else we got here? This minute. Well,
I think it's a great picture. Yeah, there you go.
here this one. Just a minute here. Okay, where are you? Well, okay, here. Here you go. Oops. What happened to it? Just a minute. Let's see. New share. This will give you an idea. More of an idea. Okay. See that? This foot here is the same as this foot. It's just at a different, like you say, a different angle, you know, so that you can see that this foot would be flat there. And of course, you can see that this probably has an inch of sole.
Yeah, that's
See
a
that?
great visual. That's a great visual.
Yeah, I love this foot here. It's been a real inspiration. And this was off a wild horse right here, not my dissection and stuff. But you know what? This is the same kind of foot right here. Look at the heel. See? And
So people from all over just send you these cadaver legs?
well, some of them I've got around here from people who haven't put horses down,
Uh-huh.
and then other people who have sent me some.
Oh. How would they send them if they had some to
You
send
just
them?
freeze them and send them UPS. Freeze them,
I sent
wrap them in.
Linda a whole bunch of legs, right? About 12 legs.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. She
I mean,
sent
I
me
don't
a
have any
bunch.
right now, but
I
in
owe
the
her
horse
some
world,
too.
you just never know if, something happened. I wish I would have known my sister's gilding that has been chronically foundered and Cushing's and everything. Um, when I moved to Alabama, I did get my hands on him and got his shoes off and trimmed him, and he was able to go barefoot. On soft stuff. He still had a ways to go, and then he
Yeah.
colicked. He colicked, and she had to put him down. But if that happened like right now, I don't know if she'd let me cut his legs off, but
Yeah.
they would be great ones to dissect just to see
Yeah.
what was going on inside of his feet. So
Yeah. I'd like to get some really bad foundered feet. Of course, I can't even get the ones I got. Like I got 4 horses that a rescue had to put down, of standardbreds. And then I've just got a whole freezer full. I've still got the ones Erica. I've only dissected a few of them. I've still got the ones Erica sent. And
One of the pictures you showed today was one of them, my horse's foot.
yeah,
And which foot was it? Is right front?
I'm not. I know it was a front foot. I'm not sure if it was the right or which foot it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I know you commented that he had his heels trimmed out, and I don't know if that's entirely accurate. He had pretty strong feet, and I don't know that I would have necessarily been trimming his heels out. He had his right front was the low, and the left front was the higher angled foot.
Yeah. Well, but see, here's the thing that we learn. Now, I don't know if you've been here to understand that. I want to show you something. I want to show you something here. Just a minute. Something that we learned that we didn't know up until a year ago. Because you haven't been here all the time, like in the things that we have found out and how these horses make heel and they look like they have heel, but in reality it's false heel. There we go. I just had to mute that. Just a minute here.
Yeah, I'm always interested to learn. I just pick up what I can when I'm able to pop in and hear what you have to say. Okay,
so there was a gal here who I don't remember who it was. If anybody else remembers, or if you're here, let me know. Okay, so these 2 horses had the same kind of foot. This is Chester, our wild horse model. Look, and
are you sure? Are you sharing something? Because I don't see it.
Oh, sorry. Okay, there you go. Okay, so anyway, we're having a hoof chat, and this gal, she hadn't been with TAC very long, and so she'd done a trim on her friend's horse, and I guess they're still friends. I always make a joke about that, but anyway, somehow she got the idea that she's supposed to take the heels like that. And this foot was similar to this foot. So you can see how much that changed the hairline and how much heel she took out. And I was freaking out because I thought, man, that's going to hurt that horse's tendons and all that, you know. So I asked her to keep track of the foot and to take pictures of it because I was very worried. Okay, well, here's what happened. This is just several days apart right here. And so what happened was the horse made heel. And we learned from this situation how these horses make heel. Okay, because we looked at this foot here. Wait a minute. Wait a second. Okay, we just looked at two inner feet that had a lot of heel, right? On the physical foot itself. Well, these feet, they're made to be up. This cartilage is not made to be down here. It is made on the foot to be up here. And so when you trim the heels out, what happens is that horse is going to stand up no matter what. Everything in that foot is pulling up. And so what we found out was they will start to make their own heels by taking the sidewall that's right here. First of all, they're going to pull up like this. As they do, they take this piece of wall and they pull it behind the foot and underneath the bulb. See how it changed here? How it came up? Okay, and then a day or two later, even more so, it made its own heel out of the sidewall here. And of course, you know, we don't see this happening. And so then we don't know when we look at this foot here that this is not the true heel. See, the true heel would be like this here, like this foot here. And look at the different shape of the cartilage here. This cartilage is shaped just like that. So what happened was this cartilage pulled up. As it did, it took this piece of wall and it wrapped it in behind the foot. And it'll also wrap the bulbs in. It'll take the original heel buttress and it'll wrap it right in towards the frog. And then it'll make it look like the horse has heels. Just a minute. You know, I kind of did an example here of what it could do. See? And so here's the thing. So you, even more than a lot of us, had professional training by the very people that trim the heels out, right? Okay. So what happens though is we don't realize we're trimming the heels out because the horse keeps making heel, but it's not the real heel. And what happens is the size of the hoof capsule just gets smaller and smaller and compresses the foot into a smaller capsule. And so that's what I mean by you're lowering heels incorrectly. You're trimming them out, but you don't know it. You don't know it because what's happening is the heel buttress itself is getting totally trimmed out. And as it is, the horse is trying to make heel and elevate his foot back up. And so he takes this wall here and he just starts wrapping it around behind him like that. And so in this process, what is happening is it's distorting the whole back of the foot and changing the true structure and anatomy into being something quite different than what they were actually meant to have. But it is an adapted version of the original. But because but we don't see it happening. And this has been going on, well, now for 2 centuries, ever since they've been lowering heels, and nobody knew that it was happening. And the only reason we can know it is because all these different people contributing, you know, to this understanding, including you, you know, by the feet that you've contributed. And you know, just a scalp from trimming and then taking pictures for several days. So, you know, if we were to go and look, we can go look here. I got some more pictures. See, we didn't know this is happening. You know, I did this to my pony. I trimmed them according to barefoot principles, and you know, I trimmed her heels out, and I didn't realize it because she kept making false heels. You know, well, what was happening then? The hoof capsule was getting smaller and smaller and smaller on her foot, and that's where we get the whole hoof binding thing from. But you see, nobody knows that they're doing this except we're knowing it now, you know, because of all the combined information and knowledge that we are all contributing to start to see this stuff. So let's just look at a couple more pictures here. Just a second here. Let's see. Which I got it here somewhere. Just a second here. Unless it's decided to disappear. Well, that's weird. That thing's always here. Oh. Hold on. It should be right here. I had a whole bunch of pictures. Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay, so what we'll look at here is a foot that was never ever barefoot trimmed, always trimmed by farriers, and for some reason, whatever
Are you
farrier
sharing a different picture now?
whatever farrier did this horse, uh, just managed to not trim the heels out by some miraculous event. Okay, so we look at the way this foot looks internally here. Okay, share. Okay, there you go. So this was a mare. Her name was Fancy, and she had a really great internal foot. Well, now this thing don't want to change. Just a minute here. What is going on? Okay, so that was the back. Now this is split here. It shouldn't be split. So she had no damage to her inner foot at all because she had no foot binding. The capsule was the right size. It kind of looked that's when it was that was a back foot. That was her back foot. This is her front and her back foot. Now, it may look like the bulb should be on the ground, but what you find when you take the capsules off is that the back of the foot kind of falls to the ground. And so, you know, you would have heels that come down to about here, and then you would have an inch of sole. So even though the hairline looks like this, that is not the way it actually is in the capsule. Okay, so these were two really healthy feet right here. And so, just a minute here, let me go find. Okay, and I have a bunch of videos and stuff too. Okay, so here's the foot that you sent me. Okay, now it looks like it has heels, doesn't it? But in this case, you have to look up here at the cartilage. See that the
Can you
cartilage
share?
is. Oh,
Are
I'm
you
sorry.
sharing this?
Sorry about that. Okay, so it looks like it has heel. It looks like a good big foot, but in reality, this horse's foot was way bigger than this, just like with my pony or like my gilding. You know, I can show you a picture of his foot from, 10 years ago to where, and see, he would make heel also. And that's what was really confusing me because, I had that image in my head of that one dead wild horse foot at Jamie Jackson's with no heel. And so I would keep taking his heel down. Well, his capsule kept getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Okay, so you would think this is real heel, but in reality, this horse too was making false heels, just like my horse was, because of the way that we were taught to take these heels either back or down. Like if you're just taking them back to the base of the frog, that will still over lower the heels. And because the foot wants to be upward, because just like the cartilage in your nose or your ears, it has a certain location, and that's where it's supposed to be. Well, it's the same on these feet. That cartilage in that foot and everything in it wants to be in a specific position. And so then when we lower the heels, the way that they teach us, like it could either be you just taking the heels back to the base of the frog, that will do it gradually as well. Or you're doing it like Cheryl Henderson does to the 1 1/8 inch mark where the periopal flap is, or however Strasser does it. Okay. Then what happens is they develop a false heel, and so they'll keep a straight.
Strasser would have you trim to 2 centimeter heel.
What?
Strasser would have you trim a 2 centimeter heel.
Yeah. Well, see, that will do the same thing and stuff. Only on some of these horses, it will not take the hairline down, because doesn't she do the 30-degree hairline too?
Yeah, and actually,
Yeah.
it's been so long, I wonder if she's still even around.
Yeah. Well, so I tried the 30-degree hairline. I did the 1 1/8 inch that Henderson does, which is about the same thing and stuff. And some horses, the hairline will come down like that. Others, they just keep pulling their foot up and they start wrapping. They'll still have a high hairline, and so it will look like they have heel when in reality, they just have a smaller hoof capsule, and this is false heel. And so
Dr. Strasser would have people trim the hooves twice a week because the heels would keep popping back to keep the heels down.
Yeah. See, now that's interesting that you said that, because you see what I just showed you, how that horse made heels in just a couple days out of the sidewall.
I'd like to understand better the difference between a true heel and a false heel.
Yeah. And see, that happened to me too. When I first started doing Cheryl Henderson's trim of taking the heels down right here to the periopal flap, right there, I'd come out in a week and my horse would have heel. And I thought, wow, his heels are sure growing fast. But his heels weren't really growing fast. What is happening is if you take the heel down to here, the foot wants to stand up still. And so there's all this pressure in this cartilage, digital cushion, and everything else wanting to stand back up and be in the correct position, that it will take this part right here, and it will pull it around behind like this. And so then it makes its own heel by taking this sidewall and pulling it around back here. And so you think the heel has grown, but in reality, it's just taking this part in front, the sidewall, and pulling it literally around, twisting the heels in this way. And so it looks like heel, but it's really not the true heel buttress.
Where did the heel buttress go?
Well, it gradually gets trimmed out. See, where does the heel buttress go? Right here. It gets wrapped around in here. It's like, here, I'll show you another picture of another foot. Just a second here. Now, where is that picture? I got to figure.
So he was trimmed by a Strasser trimmer, and the Strasser trimmer taught me how to trim him, but then I reverted to more of what I would consider a natural trim. And I don't feel like I was continuing to over trim his heels, but maybe just having been over trimmed at one point, that's where he ended
Yeah,
up.
yeah. See, and here we can look at his foot here. So you can see how the foot was forced into too small a capsule that developed. But you know, it,
Are you sharing a different picture now?
yeah, just a second here. Hold on. Okay, see how it changed, how the sides of the foot were, how it compressed this side, but this side was wider. And this is all from that capsule getting smaller and smaller on the foot. See, when you look at them, okay, see how swollen the sulcorium is? All this is from these feet being forced into a smaller capsule. And so it could have been a combination of yeah, what they definitely it was the Strasser heel trimming will definitely do that. And what you just told me is really interesting about how she would have them trim how often? Every 2 weeks?
Twice a week.
Twice a week? Holy Hannah, yeah. Well, that makes sense.
In the clinic, the horses she had at the hoof clinic would get trimmed twice a week, and that's what she would teach her students that were taking her classes, that horses had to be trimmed twice a week.
Because their heels grew so fast?
I suppose it was she had a big focus on the bars too.
Okay. Huh. Well, what was happening was uh the sidewall was wrapping around behind it and making heel. Like I'll have to find, and I'll share this next week. I'll have to find where I was doing Cheryl Henderson's trim and I started taking the heels down to the periopal flap, and I would just come out with even in 4 or 5 days, and it was like heels grew. It was like their heels just grew like crazy. And so it wasn't until a couple years ago when that gal shared that foot I just showed you. Okay, and we saw that horse make heel, but he was making false heel. And so if you're taught that there's supposed to be a 30-degree hairline and their heel's only supposed to be so long, well, then in a few days, that horse takes that sidewall and wraps it around behind to where it looks like heel because he's elevating his foot back up where it's supposed to be because it's all mechanical how it's being done. Then you're going to look at that and go, wow, that horse's heels grew. I need to cut him down again because she believed in a 30-degree hairline, you know? And so it was all about, making that ground parallel coffin bone and 30-degree hairline and all that. And so she obviously thought the heels were growing. And so she was having people to keep taking the heels down, taking the heels down. That's really interesting.
What I was taught was that the horn tubules are spiral in shape in terms of their molecular structure.
Mm-hmm.
And when there's pressure on the horn tubules, then that compresses the spiral. And when there's no pressure, then they appear to grow quickly because the spiral isn't compressed as much. It's like a spring. And so anytime you like relieve wall, it will seem to grow quickly because there's no pressure on it. And so it kind of expands. There's like no pressure on it as it's growing. So it seems like it grows really fast, but just basically it's neat. It's like it just kind of will replenish if there's a deficiency in the wall.
Well, you know what? I would hold suspect every word that ever came out of that woman's mouth. Because
I just always keep an open mind to learning new things. It doesn't matter
sure.
who's sharing the information. It's just like,
sure.
oh, that's interesting. Let me ponder that.
Yeah, but when it comes to her, here, I already showed today how these vet schools are full of error, and she's over there in Europe. She read all that stuff, the whole thing about frog pressure.
It's interesting that you talk about Bracy Clark because she would always talk about Bracy Clark too.
Oh yeah, and I just showed you how I talked about how all these people talk about Bracy Clark, okay, but they misquote him and everything. I mean, first of all, I don't think they know how to read the context of anything. These people
I
go
think
around
people
and
always take whatever suits them from what they're
that's
reading.
right. But that's not what I'm doing. Okay. I'm not, I read whole passages of what he says that directly contradicts what they teach. You know, um, you know, uh,
And Dr. Strasser wasn't teaching about the horn, filling a void, like I was saying. She was just explaining that
yeah.
it'll grow faster if there's some pressure against it. So I mean that I find that to be interesting.
Well, you know what she might have been seeing there was where you have jammed up hoof wall. And so when you take the pressure off of it, it will release and let down, and it will seem like it's growth, but it's not. Do you understand what I'm saying there?
Yeah, I mean I think she would talk about that too.
Yeah, and stuff. But this I do know. I know she's trimming the heels out of horses, and that this reduces the size of the hoof capsule. And so this is a form of Chinese hoof grinding that's being done on these horses. You know, um, see, look what it did to the toe. See, that's from being crammed into too small of a hoof capsule that happened from that constant, the way the heels are trimmed, the way they taught us, not just you, because I learned basically the same or similar, you know. And one thing I know is that once it crams that foot into a smaller capsule, that's when you start getting these divots in the toe and this damage going on. See the thickness? See how it's just all swollen looking and stuff? That's from too small a hoof capsule because, okay, so I had this horse and Fancy at the same time. And this horse was a gelding that was bigger boned. And Fancy was a mare that was smaller boned. And this horse had a small.
Which horse are you talking about? The one that's in the picture right now?
Yeah. Yeah. This is your horse.
Okay.
Okay. And this horse, even though he was bigger boned, he was a gelding, he had a smaller hoof capsule than Fancy had. And then when you took the hoof capsule off, you find that this foot was just compressed and crammed into a smaller hoof capsule. But you would never know that just unless you took the hoof capsule off, see? And then, because here's his hoof capsule. Okay, so you would never know that. Let's see if I can find a deal. Um, his hoof capsule should have been bigger than it was, but the reason it was like this was because of the way the heels were trimmed, the way that Strasser and all of them teach us to trim the heels out. I made my own horse's foot even smaller. Let's see, I'm trying to find the capsule. Okay, this is Fancy's. Now, her pillars were too high, but so far it had not affected the internal foot in any way. Her capsule was still big enough. That's her. Let's see here. Had her front and rear foot. I think I sent you one of her feet, in fact. It was her foot I sent you. I think
Okay, I have it in the solution in
yeah,
the
in the rear
container.
it was her rear foot I think I sent you. And so I did hers and your horse's foot at the same time. I'm trying to get to where his is here. Ah, there it is. Okay, there's a side view of his foot. Okay, now let me annotate on this to show what size capsule he should have had. And the way that I can tell, okay, let's see here, is this. First of all, looking at his cartilage here, which goes up. Oh, yeah, it's a stupid thing. Just a minute here. To get a different. There we go. Okay, his cartilage here, which goes up like that, and then down like this, and in. And then the thickness of this right here. Okay, so his cartilages should, first of all, they shouldn't have had this point like that. Find just a minute here. Okay, so there would have been this little thing right here, should actually been right about here. And then his true cartilage would have been at least out this far. And back this, wait a minute. Back at least this far. So this would have been a minimum of how much his foot would have been compressed into a smaller capsule by the gradual constant lowering of the heels that Strasser teaches, and that Cheryl Henderson teaches, and that Jamie Jackson teaches, and that basically all of them teach. And she also taught the 30-degree hairline angle. And so when you're trying to continually get that 30-degree hairline angle, but this cartilage was meant to be up here, not down here. And so then when the horse stands and walks, there's this constant pull up like this. And so he will pull his foot up. And as he does so, this wall that is right here, just a minute here, okay, so this wall that is, let's say I come in here and I take his heel off, down like this, and I pulled all this down, this cartilage down here, that cartilage still wants to be up here. So it will pull up, and as it does so, it will take this wall here, right here, and it will literally pull it around behind his foot like this, which will turn this part here into heel for him, just like what he has here. But it's reduced the size of the hoof capsule on his inner foot. And so now his foot and his cartilage and all of that is compressed into a capsule that is too small for it. But you don't even know this is happening because it happens so slowly and so gradually. See? And then what
You say
happens?
gradually, but in that other set of pictures with that other horse where it looked like it was just a few days, that was really fast.
Yeah. Yeah, because usually we're not lowering the heels that drastically and that quickly, you know? And so since she so drastically lowered the heels, we were able to see in real time what these feet do to try and stand back up, and how they take that sidewall here and they will just wrap it behind our foot and make heel out of it. See, most of the time it's happening at a very slower rate, you know. But in that case, we were just fortunate to see it in real time, how it can happen. Because usually people don't take and lower heels quite like that. You know what I mean? And so,
In Strasser trimming, they sure do.
yeah,
I mean, I don't know who still does Strasser trimming. I don't know who's teaching it. I don't know anything about that. But it was definitely, the idea was you want to get to a 30-degree hairline like in one trim and do it all at once. And the longer the horse is not in that, orientation, the more damage is being done.
Okay. Well, then,
so when you say the hoof will take that wall and wrap it around, the question to me is like, what's the mechanism by which that occurs? And it makes me think like there's like it's almost like a vacuum that it's pulling the inner foot upward and it's drawing the side wall in. Is that kind of
Yeah.
what's happening?
Yeah, because this is all cartilage, just like in your nose and your ear. Like if I push my nose over to the side of my face with my finger, I have to hold it there, but it is constantly pulling back in the other direction. So just because we come in here thinking this has to be a 30-degree hairline, and so we're going to lower the heels and force it. Well, just the way the foot is made up. First of all, that internally it's got that digital cushion, which is fat, and so you're compressing that fat, plus you're pulling that cartilage down. And here's the thing too, that cartilage, this cartilage here is rounded, and so it naturally will curl in like this. See, I'll show you here, just a second here. Um, see, let's see here. ABC, cartilage. Okay, so so here's the cartilage. This is the heel right here.
Do I just
Okay,
go back
so
on work? I saw it. I know he's on the phone. Oh no, I'm not. It's just an online video I was watching about horse hoofs. I was taking a little break.
okay, had to mute. Okay, so that's the cartilage. Now it's curved. It's naturally curved anyway. So it wants to curl in just because of the shape of it. Okay, see there how it will curl in kind of naturally. So as the heels are being trimmed out, this cartilage wants to be up here and you pull it down here. Well, it's going to pull that way and it just starts wrapping the heels and everything else around like that. See, and now again, you got to remember that when you take these feet out of the capsule, the back of the foot collapses because the only thing, this foot is so soft, the only thing that helps the back of the foot maintain its true shape, position, and form is the hoof capsule in the correct heel configuration and frog configuration. Anytime you lower those heels other than what it calls for, this foot will still want to stand up. And so as it is pulling up, it will naturally pull this wall around behind it because of the shape of the cartilages, how they're rounded and stuff. So there's that foot again. And it's just amazing. This was 4 days. Okay, from here to here was 4 days, the change. And if you really study it, you see all these different changes that took place. How the cartilage here was rounded more, how this piece of wall wound up being over here, the hairline was raised, and then over here, even more change to where it even kind of bull-nosed a little bit. See? And how it even raised right here. It just goes to show you how supple these hoof capsules really are. So again, this foot here was like this foot here. Now this is where this foot is meant to be, up here. The cartilage is going to pull up there no matter what. And so that is exactly what it did. And even look at the different angle of the pastern. See? And so why does it do this? Because if a horse was to naturally wear his heels out because there's a drought and he has to travel long ways for food and water, this helps him survive and keep the foot together. So,
You mentioned
see,
the patterns. That's a really interesting topic for me and my horse in particular that you have the foot of that we were looking at. When I got him, my vet said he had long sloping pasterns. And I remember after he had been receiving barefoot trimming for a number of years, it seemed like he had more short upright pasterns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that could,
So that's kind of a response to having the heel trimmed, is maybe the pulling upward of that pastern.
yeah. Yeah. Now here's what this horse's foot was like before. Okay. So you see where the cartilage is up here. Okay, so I mean, she really took that heel down. Anyway, it's just what we're learning about how these feet respond to trimming the heels out. And here, anyway. So that's all I know for right now.
Hey, Linda, can I ask you a random question while on
Yeah.
the hoof subject? Okay. So I've been doing a lot of studying, and bear with me, but is the frog kind of like when you use a plunger in a toilet and you push down to unclog the clog? Is the frog like when they push down on it, it helps circulate the blood up?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. You know, um, for me at this point, it's just part of the suspension system. I got videos on there that show how when the pastern descends onto the digital cushion, it presses the digital cushion down, which presses the cartilages here out, and then it presses down onto the frog, and then the frog gives way to move down towards the ground. And so the frog has to have room to move towards the ground, and the whole time it's doing that, it's pushing up. The whole time the pastern's pushing on the digital cushion. Anyway, the whole time it's pushing on the digital cushion right here. The digital cushion's pushing back, because just like I got fat on my belly, I push it in, it's pushing back, you know. So let's see here. Okay, so here's that other foot again. And you can see the cartilage is supposed to be up here. And so if I was to come in and lower this heel here, that cartilage still wants to be up here, even though I think the hairline ought to be down here. This foot says, no, I don't think so, because it's full of fat and it's full of cartilage, and this is where its true position and shape is. And so if I lower the heel, I have forced it down. Well, it's going to pull back up. And when it pulls back up, it'll take this little piece here that I've created, and it will pull it right around behind it. And then this cartilage here will be rounded as well. It'll start to round out, and it changes the whole shape of the back of the foot. So, experiment on my own horse in 2020, which I noticed in the wet season, his cartilages would expand, and in the dry season, they'd do this again. See, round out. And so I took and I trimmed out all between his bulbs and all the periopal between his bulbs, and then I soaked his foot in a boot with a sock on it and a plastic bag so that it was constantly moist. And you can see what the foot did in 3 days. How the cartilages here expanded right here, even changed the shape of the wall. So this is 12/21/2020. This is 12/23, 2 days later, and this is a day after that. And you can see the extreme change that happened to the cartilage just during those 3 days. So, so it's nothing if it goes back the other way. See? So the object of what we're doing here is we want to understand the true shape and form of the cartilage in the foot, And then we want that whole frog and everything to be able to move back into place. And then we will grow the frog stay where it's supposed to be so that it will support the whole back of the foot and the back of the foot will stay like this rather than when it gets dry going back to this condition here. Let's see here. Anyway, and here you can see how he made heel, you know. It was clear under here, then he pulled it up to there, and then he pulled it up to there. And you can see too by this little dot here, which is right here, and now it's even right there, and now it's clear back here. You know, see, nobody knew this stuff was happening because nobody before us took this many pictures. You know, constant, every trim. We got people who have been here for years taking pictures of every trim they ever did. You know, I've probably got 100,000 pictures just of Valor in the last 18 years. Always looking at them, trying to figure out what's going on, you know. And so, you know, sooner or later you got to learn something. You know, like, look, this is him in 2012 when I kept trimming the heels out right here. This is 20, when is this? This is 2020 when I thought all it was growing heel back. Oh, well, contraire. Come to find out you're restoring the whole back of the foot. Okay. And then remember this deal here too, this dissection I did on this horse that I trimmed for 8 months, and I was trimming the heels out of him, trimming him to where I think at that time, well, I was just taking the heels back to the base of the frog. I may have been taking them down to the periopal flaps. I don't remember. It's not this foot here, by the way. And so I didn't know how to remove a whole hoof capsule. I had to remove it in parts. And so a couple days after I took the hoof capsule off, which you can see here, I had set this foot in borax and salt, and everything kind of shrunk back up to where it was supposed to be. Like if you look here, you'll see the coronary band is curved down. Not supposed to be down, supposed to be straight. And so that would make the heel buttress be growing this way. And so the foot shrunk back up in the cartilage to where it was supposed to be. And a few days later, I took the frog that I had taken off of this foot and I set it down and I set this frog, or I set this foot on it. And I remembered wondering, why doesn't the frog fit the foot anymore? So then years later, I'm looking at these pictures, and by then I found out about foot binding and I mean all this stuff. And so I see, look here. Let's use red. Okay, look at the coronary band. It angles down like that. There's the little nubbin that grows the heel buttress. Well, look at the way it's positioned. Your heel buttress is going to grow like that. Because as you trim the heels down, it curves all this down and or around and under. And look what it does to the frog corium. It pushes the frog corium down and forward. Okay, so here is a few days later, and the coronary band has returned to where it's kind of supposed to be there, see? And so the heel now would grow like this, like that. But look here, let's see here. But look at the frog. Remember, it pulled this frog corium down like that, okay, and pushed it forward. Well, what did that do with the frog that was there? It bent that frog up into the foot like that. See that? That is why the frog did not fit this foot, because the cartilage and the heel and everything kind of returned to it, the position even in death. And why would that be? Well, we've all eaten that breast of chicken with that little piece of gristle on the front. Does the gristle or cartilage? It's cartilage. Okay, the cartilage doesn't lose its shape in death. The cartilage keeps its shape. So here, even though the horse is dead, the cartilage wanted to return up to where it was supposed to be, right there. And so that's why the frog that had grown from my distorting the foot with my trim for those 8 months would now not fit on this foot anymore. Look at back here. See it? How it's down here? Let me undo this here. Man, I got the worst tinnitus you ever even never knew. Okay, so what I did, this was the pictures up here that I was looking at. And so what I did was I cut the frog out in paint by going like this and cutting it out. And then I took this foot and I set it on that frog, and this foot fit it perfectly. But when the cartilage went back to where it should be, it didn't fit the frog anymore. And here's the thing, the frog is temporary. Okay? But that frog will bind that foot right wherever it's growing. This is why we keep trimming the frogs, so that it will release this frog corium here, so that this frog corium and this coronary band can move back up, see, like so that then it will grow the frog from a new position. And then when it grows, finally, in the end, when it grows that big frog stand there, it's going to support and hold this foot, the back of this foot, all where it's supposed to be. But if you don't trim the frog, you don't want to over trim it. Some people might think I over trim it, but my foot is far enough along that I can trim it down pretty darn close. When your feet have no heel and stuff, you want to be careful how much you trim off until you can grow some heel in back here, so that you're not releasing the foot into nothing. See? So anyway, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it for now. Anyway, so
Thank you.
So Erica, we just didn't know none of this stuff was happening. And I'm sure Strasser was doing the best she knew what to do. Okay, but she was wrong. Okay, she was wrong in her assumptions. And then, of course, when her and Jamie Jackson got together, that was a marriage made in hell.
Did I ever tell you? Did I ever tell you how Strasser got into trimming?
No, how is it?
She said that she was a veterinarian. She was very busy in her veterinary practice, and she had 2 horses, and she had her and her husband and 2 kids. They would all ride. So they had 2 horses, and they were very active riding. And in veterinary school, everyone would shoe their horses, and that was just standard practice, and that was what they taught in veterinary school. The horses had to have shoes.
Mm-hmm.
And she didn't have a lot of money, and where she kept her horses was kind of like a wetland area. It was kind of swampy. It wasn't nice, dry, firm ground and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And her farrier was an alcoholic, and she had a busy practice, and she'd make an appointment with her farrier, and he wouldn't show up, and he'd be late, and she'd have to reschedule, and it was really tough for her as a busy vet to try and be there when he was scheduled, and he wouldn't show up and stuff. And so she was getting ticked off at him, and he was getting ticked off at her, and he pretty soon just said, "Why don't you just do it yourself?" And she's like, "Okay, fine, I will." So then she didn't shoe her horses because he said they didn't need it or whatever. I don't remember the whole deal on that. I think she started out shoeing them, but then at some point he said they didn't need it.
Uh-huh.
And and her horses were sound, and they were ridden a lot because they had 4 riders and 2 horses, and since they weren't being shod, she figured she could figure out how to do it herself. And then she started researching and doing her own research, and that's what she came up with, is how she you know, was trimming
Yeah.
was based on what she was able to figure out on her own.
Yeah. And, unfortunately, she's influenced by all those veterinary writings and everything, whether she realizes it or not, you know.
Well,
And
she was
so,
going against the standard veterinary practice because that was shoeing and standard farriery, but she went off on a different path.
yeah. Yeah. Um, she made some mistakes, like taking the coffin bone out of the foot and throwing it on a table and then measuring it and saying, well, yeah, okay, the ground parallel coffin bone. They aren't ground parallel. They set in the foot. The foot will set flat, like this whole foot. See, like that right there. The coffin bone in these feet, and I proved this. Okay, when you dissect them,
What are you pointing to?
okay, right here. See this foot? See how it's flat? Now it's this foot in the picture sitting at an angle, right? Okay, but there's no arch in the foot. There's no arch in these feet per se, unless you really trim the heels out and shove and bend the foot. But the coffin bone in the feet sets like this, and it's not just flat. It just doesn't go the same angle like so. It does this number. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay. It is slightly elevated in the foot like this. Like this. So the coffin bone does set in the foot at a positive angle. But if I was to set this foot down on this table, it would set flat. But the coffin
So the
bone is
foot,
set in the foot itself at an angle because the sole corium that goes under it like this, it gets thicker. It gets thicker as it moves back towards the heel, like so.
so the horse's foot sits flat, but the coffin bone doesn't sit flat in the hoof.
Right.
Makes sense.
Yeah, and the corium under here gets thicker back here, which that kind of makes sense
So
too, don't it?
you have uniform sole thickness, but not uniform corium thickness.
Right. Right. It's pretty interesting, and stuff.
I
And
always
then,
think of it, and maybe this is wrong, but I always think of it in terms of heel first landing. If you're looking for heel first landing, when the horse lands on the heel where the shock absorbers are, then the internal foot will be ground parallel. But
yeah,
when standing still, then they've got an elevation. Then they've got
yeah,
an elevated heel a little bit.
yeah, for sure. And not, the
It's
coffin
gotta
bone
feel-
isn't elevated a lot, but it
But
is
the-
somewhat.
But some of that soft tissue has to be able to compress on impact. And then if
Oh,
you start
yeah.
out ground parallel, then you're going to end up negative.
Yeah, exactly. That makes sense, right? So, yeah. Anyway, um,
Well, it's been 20 years since I was at Strasser's Hoof Clinic. And I think she was in her 60s then. So if she's still around, she's got to be in her 80s.
probably grouchier than ever now.
I mean, she was like a nice, kind person, but she felt like she had to fight against everybody. Everybody was against her. So it's hard
Oh,
to
is
be.
that what it was?
Yeah,
'Cause-
because she's a woman in a man's profession, and she's
Oh,
a very
yeah.
person
Yeah,
in a
I
world
can
of
understand that. Okay. Okay, I can understand that. How that would be. Yeah. I remembered something about you though, telling me she's pretty ornery.
Well, she was just German, and she was just authoritarian, and I would question things because I was raised to question authority, and
Yeah.
she was not of that opinion. And I should not be questioning
Yeah,
her.
you're an American man.
You just do as you're told, So
Yeah,
people like me questioning her. But
that's funny.
that's how you learn is by questioning.
That's funny. To all our German friends, over there in Germany, you know. She was ornery, wasn't she? Well, she was German and she was authoritarian. That was funny. I got to laugh at that. Yeah, I worked in a bakery one time. It was a German bakery when I lived in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
And this lady that was in charge of the bakery, that's what she was like. Very serious, you know,
A lot of
and stuff.
Germans.
Yep, yep. Well, okay, folks. Well, Erica, you got anything else you want to add?
This has been very interesting. Thanks for letting me join in on your conversation.
Hey, you know what? I just think so much of you and so thankful for the feet you sent. I'm sorry I haven't dissected more and sent you more. Um,
It's
uh,
okay.
but eventually I will. But I'll die first. Better never sit where some wood. Oh, here's my head. There we go. Knock on that. Um, I've learned a lot from the feet I have dissected and the other feet that people have sent me. And just from everybody being a part of this. It's been great.
Thank you.
So anyway, yeah, I really appreciate you, Erica.
Oh,
A
thanks.
lot.
I appreciate you.
Thank you very much, dear. Well, okay, everybody. Anybody else got anything they want to add? Oh, it's only 5:43. How can we talk about this stuff so long? Well, there's a lot of stuff to cover. You know, we've only tapped on a few things today, but I always learn something in every one of these hoof chats. I learned stuff today. I learned more about Bracy Clark, um, and how he worded and said things. It's not easy to read him. Okay, like I said, that guy, his sentences were were a page long. you know, but that's the way they wrote in those days. They were deep thinkers and stuff. So you really, um, I used to be able to read stuff like that, like I read it all the time, historical stuff. But now, what with reels and Facebook and scrolling, all right, I got the attention span of a 2-year-old, seems like. But anyway, I want to wish you guys all to have a great week, and we'll be talking to you next week if things all work out. Okay. Okay, everybody.
Okay, sounds awesome.
Okay, bye.
Thank
Bye,
you.
Linda. Thank
Hey,
you.
thank you all for being here.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye. Now, how to get out of here? Stop share. And let's see.